Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of budget deliberations. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, we can first start off with a roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Carlson? Councillor Croson?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
Present.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Palladino?
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Mayor Parker?
Present.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present. Thank you. Now, I will apologize to our guests in the gallery, but we're starting off this morning with an in-camera, so we'll have to start by going in camera, and then we will call you from the gallery. My apologies. And a motion to go in camera. Okay. Carlson, all in favor? Thank you. All right. Good morning. This, again, I've said this before, feels like Groundhog Day. Welcome everybody again to day 4 of budget deliberations. Not everybody was here on day 4. I can't see why you would be, but those around Horseshoe, thank you very much for being here, and again for your patience as we dealt with an in-camera issue. So with that, I will move along here, and we have our roll call in. So we're going to start right away with a motion initiative from Councillor Croson, N33, Lethbridge Police Commission and and Police Service, Community Safety, Frontline Support, Org Wellbeing. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative N33, Lethbridge Police Commission and Police Service, Community Safety, Frontline Support, and Org Wellbeing to provide additional funding for policing, with funding allocated as follows. From taxation in 2023, $2,235,460, 2024, $4,084,673, 2025, $4,952,661, and in 2026, $4,961,464. Councillor Croson to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. We're going to start with everybody's favorite thing. We're going to start with legislation, because the relationship between council and the police commission is different than our relationship with many other organizations. Under the Police Act, every commission, in consultation with the chief of police, has to be caused to be prepared the estimates of all money required for the fiscal year, looking at the remuneration of police officers and other persons employed for the service, as well as any money that they require for accommodation, equipment, operating costs, etc. Along with that, they must then send in a yearly plan specifying the level of service and programs to be provided in respect to the municipality. So that's what you see before us on N33. The Commission and the Chief of Police have gone through and have seen what their greatest needs are. And if you'll see, the greatest need that they've expressed to Council is that they require more staffing, both civilian staffing and officers. And that is outlined there, and seeing what they would like to add to their force over the next 4 years. We're now to the next part of the legislation. This is now before Council, and Council has the opportunity to obtain any information from the Commission that we believe is necessary to enable us to assess the efficiency and the financing requirements of the police service. Once we have got that information, then we'd be responsible for establishing the total budget for the purposes of the police service. So we set, this is how much money the police service will get. The Commission will then go back to their work, and they'll allocate that fund provided under that budget. So we are at that step now where Council determines how much money the Police Commission should be receiving, and asking any questions that we need to ask to determine that. So long preamble, but because this is a different relationship, I thought we'd make sure that we all know where we are, and that's our beginning.
Thank you very much, Councillor Croson. Appreciate that. And I do have questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'm not sure if this is a point of order or a point of clarification. Legislation is my second favorite thing. My favorite thing is the banana bread that Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel brought in this morning. So, but sorry about that. Just a quick question around the actual budget in the not the preamble, but some of the commentary in our sheet. This request, 2.2 million in 2023, that also recovers the $1 million that Council removed from the previous budget. Is that correct? Because it says that in the sheet, and I just want to make sure that I don't know who can answer that.
Might be a great question for the City Treasurer.
Sorry, Mr. Matthews.
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, my understanding is yes, this does include that component in it. It's one initiative that has the request that LPS needs to make for the next 4 years.
Thank you. So at least the very first $1 million of this request in front of us is to maintain the level of service that our community had previously, correct?
That is my understanding.
Excellent. Thank you. Further question. Actually, I'll hop out for now and let my colleagues ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. Just a comment in regards to my colleague's comment. It's actually to return funds to the police service, to return to a level that was available prior to the removal of the $1 million. Now I have a question. So this is to Mr. City Treasurer through City Manager. And you've heard me ask this of multiple groups that have come before us in regards to BAU accounts. So perhaps I could ask you to speak to this one in particular, the BAU accounts that the police service currently holds. Are they identified with specific initiatives that would absorb most of the funds that are in there, or are there funds that are continuously available within the BAU account that may be used to offset any additional increases in the budget?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Milton Hope, in regards to the Lethbridge Police Service, they have just over $1 million of BAU funds currently. However, those $1 million are forecasted to be used this year to offset the reduction of $1 million that was from Council's decision prior. So they do have BAU funding, but it's all committed to offset.
Right, and to be clear, that's for offsetting the reduction of the $1 million in the fiscal year 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. The next question that I have is that may be directed to the police service, and whether it's Deputy Chief Grobmeier or any of the members of the police service. Have we had an opportunity to identify whether there are insured earnings available to be used in place of personnel requests? So in other words, the funding that is accrued through insured earnings may be applied to other initiatives, and I'm wondering if that has been considered in this budget, because there's nowhere in the documentation or the business case that specifically indicates that.
And if I could, Councillor Midland Hope as well, just so Council is aware, online we also have Chief is online as well as just, I'm trying to, who else is online here? So we got, okay, from the Police Commission, or from the Police Service, so just so that any of the members know, and the Deputy is here as well as Chair of the Police Commission as well. So we do have those in the gallery for questions.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I'm
Maybe Chair in the future.
if I can, just for clarity's sake, should Council, or sorry, Economic Committee be directing our questions to the Commission and they can redirect to whoever they feel, or I don't know how you folks would like to approach it?
Budget has come from the Commission, so to direct to the Commission, yes, I could see that, and could be redirected to somebody for further clarification.
And actually through the City Manager to any other person. So yeah.
All right. A question has been posed. Is there from?
Looks like Deputy Chief Grobmeier is ready to deal with it, so let's invite him up.
Good morning. Just in regards to the question that Councillor Middleton Hope posed, it's not within this budget request. We do have, I think, 6 members right now that are on long-term disability through workman's compensation, and those are funds that now we're not required to pay as an organization. So those funds are certainly available to us that we can use on a year-to-year basis, depending on our situation, but it is not part of this budget ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Vice Chair Koslovi or her designate. Yesterday, we had a presentation from one of our departments, and they talked in means or in terms of bronze level of service, silver level of service, gold level of service, and what they described was bronze was the current or the reduced after the last budget. Silver was an enhanced, and gold was basically the gold. This request, would it be to be able to, for your commission to provide our community with what type of level of service? If you could maybe speak to that. Is it maintain what we've been doing, slightly enhance it, or give our community the top tier? Deputy Chief should just stay up there.
I'll just stay here. Great questions, thank you, Councillor Carlson. The request that we've put together, obviously it includes the $1 million that was taken away just to get us back to 2014 levels. That was the level that was set in 2014, so that's where that takes us. So even just by adding that, all that does is get us to 2014. We've had significant growth in the city. Since then, calls for services have increased. The crimes have been much more complex. The investigations are more complex. So we would actually be behind where we were in 2014 with just that addition. Whether this is silver or gold, I will say that this is not gold, what we're asking for. This is probably at the silver level. We could certainly use even more resources, but this would probably get us to a level where we should have been a couple of years ago. It gives us significant greater abilities to investigate different types of crimes that are now available to criminals. What this also does is, more importantly, I think, is that it also supports our employees better, because right now, with the members that we have, we are short all the time. Our members are getting burnt out. We're calling them in overtime all the time. The risk to the organization of more people being off is continually getting greater unless we provide them some resources. And also on the civilian side to support our members as well. So I would say this, what we're asking for, would be the silver standard.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And as Councillor Crowson said in the preamble, Council isn't really here to say, oh, I like this one, fund that one. It's just the Commission does the work and says this is what we need, and Council says yay or nay. So if I stray into operational things, please just shut me up. But in 2023, the push will be to hire 7 full-time youth engagement officers. Or youth engagement. I just wanted to hear a bit more about that, because how that is going to assist the Commission in community safety.
Through Mayor Hagan, to Councillor Carlson, that's not to hire 7 youth engagement officers. That's to keep the 7 youth engagement officers that we have.
Thank you for that. Now I understand it. And if I can, Mr. Mayor, one question, just because I have you folks here, and I was off on a bit of a tangent. Some of my colleagues may have called it a rant yesterday. And I just want to make sure that I wasn't speaking out of turn. Since I've been elected to council, I have had every police chief in Lethbridge talk to me, and provincially and national police chiefs say between 70 and 80% of the calls we get are not really police calls. They're not criminal in nature. They're public nuisance or mental health issues, or things that the police get called because we're the last line, or the first line, actually, of I don't want to say defense, but you phone 911 when there's an issue, whether it's a police matter or not. We had an organization come forward that is, it's an open to the public facility, it's the public library, open to the community, and is one of the gathering places, I don't want to say hot spots, but for negative behaviors. And they brought forward an initiative. I believe it was for a crisis intervention worker to increase responsiveness to community concerns around safety in the library. So having someone on site who could provide counseling. I'm trying to read exactly what they've said. The initiative is to create a library crisis intervention worker position. Main goals are to ensure that all library patrons are able to access library services in safe, meaningful, and respectful ways. The position will focus on building relationships, providing informal counseling and referral services, provide basic education, recognizing and de-escalating verbal and physical crisis situations, and approaching patron behavior modification from a restorative justice approach.
Mr. Mayor, this is out of order. This is out of order. You're asking someone to get into a debate and discussion of an issue that was discussed yesterday, and I believe that's where the direction of this question is going. And you can challenge me on that, but I believe I'm challenging the chair on that. This is not appropriate.
If it's getting into the question of a motion from yesterday, if there's clarification on the role they do rather than bringing in another initiative, I could see that, and I'm ready to be challenged on that. Councillor Dodick?
Yes, Councillor Carlson yesterday did make a reference that he had conversations with the police with respect to whether the particular position that he's talking about was something that they believed would be good for the city or would be a good initiative. And bearing in mind that any resolution can be revisited during this process, I would suggest that Councillor Carlson be allowed to ask that question at this point in time. As a matter of fact, if a member of council were to come up right now and ask that question, they would be allowed to do so. This is supposed to be a freewheeling, open discussion and give people an opportunity to ask questions of the people that have the answers. That availability wasn't here yesterday. That availability is here now, and I would suggest that this would be an appropriate forum and an appropriate question for Councillor Carlson to pose at this point in time.
To continue, is there anybody who further objects to that?
I was nearly finished. My question was merely going to
Nearly
be,
finished? All right.
Would positions like this help the police service in not having to respond to these non-police matters and let you deal with the high priority issues in a more timely manner? That was that was the gist of my question.
And I do have online, I do see our chief is also online to answer questions. And I will ask, have a seat there. I'm sure you're going to be there for a little while. There's 2 microphones there. So if both Vice Chair and Deputy, if you, have a seat there. And I'm not sure who the directed that would be, if our chief or Ms. Koslovi, if you want to find the correct person to answer that.
If you don't mind, I would like to have the chief answer that one.
All right, Chief.
Thank you, and good morning, all. My apologies not being there in person, but there are other pressing facts here. So, short answer to that question is both yes and no. Yes, in the sense of any community intervention through social programs obviously are helpful to bring about lowering calls for service, etc. But at the same time, police continuously get called because these interventions, when things are out of hand, people can't just intervene and do it in a safe manner. So that's why police always get called in these situations to make sure it's handled safely and with utmost respect to the public, etc. And we also have gone, as you remember, through an exercise that help seekers did. When you look at the money that's going through social programs and different programs within the city of Lethbridge, I believe there is, when you look at the grants and all the programs, I believe the number was over $700 million that are already going to these programs. So there's significant investment in that area. Now, we can always invest more, and certainly, but that would help the situation somewhat. But I believe we still need police officers to be there to make sure, even when these folks are doing their job and supporting these sort of calls, they are doing it in a safe manner, because things can get out of hand pretty quickly.
Thank you, Chief. Is there any follow-up here?
I just wanted some, just sort of more clarity. So investing in a crisis crisis intervention worker who focuses on de-escalating verbal and physical altercations would not assist the police? Is that what you're saying, or are you saying it would be helpful in these areas?
It, as I mentioned, Councillor, it can be helpful, but one person is not going to deal. Like our officers are not just in the library. These situations are happening across the city.
Agreed.
And
Chief, agreed.
And
I was actually speaking specifically about a specific site, so thank you.
Thank you. A question I have, and direct it to Ms. Koslovi or designate. We hear all the time of cop per pop ratio. So understanding we're hearing how the $1 million that was removed from the police budget, and whereas they used some of reserves to kind of struggle along until the budget time. Could you tell me where we sit? And I know numbers are all across to Canada, province, you know, what that cop per pop ratio is. It's my understanding, what I've heard, that we have one of the lowest cop per pop ratios provincially, if not nationally. Is there anyone that could speak to that and that would have that information at their fingertips?
We don't have the actual figures here. I do know that during our budget deliberations, though, internally, we did look at that, and we are one of the lowest. But again, as you said, it depends on which stats you look at, because they're done in different manners. When we look compared to Red Deer, we are lower. But there are some other factors around that, though, too, because Red Deer, I believe, is outside of just the town.
Yeah, I can certainly answer that question. Regarding cop to pop, you know, our numbers are lower on average. I don't have specific numbers. The cop to pop is somewhat of also a bit of a dangerous stat to look at, because we have to also look at crime types, crime severity, the sheer calls for service that is not equal across the country. So just because a city with 100,000 has 180 police officers, that shouldn't necessarily be the norm. Regarding Red Deer, I can speak from knowledge. I was the officer in charge there for 3 years. We had the exact same amount of police officers that we do here in Lethbridge. The difference is with an RCP detachment, I did not have to have a major crime unit. I did not have to have a TAC team. I did not have to have a public order team. I did not have to have a sex crime team, because I could bring those resources in from the province, whereas in Lethbridge, as a municipal police force, we don't have that luxury, so we have to do it all from within. So even though we have the exact same amount of police officers as Red Deer would, in fact, if you look at it, we have less, because when we have a murder, we have to do it. We don't have the luxury of bringing 8 officers in from Calgary to do it for us. So we have a lot more burden on our 174 members here than we would in an RCP detachment.
Which brings me to my second question. Then we heard before about the bronze, the silver, gold, and platinum, if you will, service. This definitely does not put us to a top, with the particular budget that's being brought forward, to that top level. We've got everything we need. This brings us back into line where we could work with what we've got at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes, we're looking at each other. Yes, I would say that's very fair to say. Right now, we're not promising a silver, we're not promising gold, platinum. Right now, what we are saying is we need to have more officers so that we can maintain what we have right now. We are being very realistic, and that's why if you look at our initiative, very realistic. It would be wonderful if we could say we want, you know, another 15 officers next year. It's not going to happen, because recruiting the way it is, it just takes an awful long time. But I would say we would be bronze, but our aim is to get up there. After 4 years, we'll be up to the silver, and 4 years from now, the commission will be coming back to this council to say, now let's go for the gold.
So currently. It sounds like there's needs and not wants. We need this service. Thank you. I'll turn the time over now to Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, and I'm not sure that I would characterize it as silver. I'm thinking more in terms of lead. I appreciate that, and just some, I have 3 questions, but just in terms of context, so that the public is aware of this, what we're trying to do is get the sworn officers versus civilian personnel to 187 over the next 4 years. If we do look at the police to pop ratio across the country, there are 2 standards. One is 450 at the provincial level. One is 1 to 500 nationally. On either standard, we should be somewhere between 210 and 233 officers. So put that in context. The police service is asking for 187 over 4 years, where they could be asking, and perhaps, as Vice Chair Kozlovi indicated, in 2026, they may be coming back with an additional request to try and move that closer. There are police services across the province whose primary initiative to request additional personnel is predicated on police to population ratio. And some councils have said when the population increases by 500 people, then that will, in the base budget, an additional person will be added to the police service. We don't do it that way. As Deputy Chief Grobmeier indicated, we do it based on need and perceived need. And I certainly commend them for doing that. So my 3 questions. And this is a question-ish statement. So my first question then is, Deputy Chief Grobmeier, can you give some context to the overage and overtime that the police service is now faced with after a 4-year budget that had certainly financial challenges? Where are we in terms of your overtime budget? Are we substantially over? And that will be a pressure on the corporation at the end, or are we able to manage it?
Our overtime budget over last year is I believe, up 90% from last year.
Up how much?
90%.
90%?
90, correct.
Thank you. Okay.
It is having a significant impact on our organization. Every shift, we are having to call in members to work overtime because we have minimum standards here, whereas we get below a minimum standard, it is physically unsafe for our members, but it's also unsafe for the city of Lethbridge. So we need to maintain those standards. So every shift, we are calling in people in overtime. We have protests and rallies and events happening in Lethbridge that we have to bring in people for overtime. We have a murder, we have a shooting, we have to bring in people for overtime. It has come to the point now where our members are tired and they do not want to come out anymore. And we have fantastic police officers in this city that will do anything for this city. We had the protest here, or the rally, 2 weeks ago, and everybody came out to work and nobody hesitated. But it's tough on them and they're tired, and even on search warrants, we're having, like major search warrants, we're having tough time bringing people out.
Thank you. This question would be directed at Ms. Kozlovi. As a police commission, do you feel that the request from the commission through the police service through the commission is adequate to provide the level of service, and we're talking about lead, not silver, over the course of the next 4 years? Is this enough?
To be quite frank, no. In an ideal world, it is not enough. But in a realistic world, we know that we have to, it's going to be hard to get these people. It's very, very difficult to get recruits. Once you get a recruit, as you know, it takes 18 to 2 years before they're ready to go out on their own. So we had to come back to this commission and give a realistic budget. If we had the power to say, yes, we could have these people, no, then it wouldn't be enough right now, because we really should have more, but it is realistic.
So it's the gestation period of an elephant. Thank you. All right, that's it for my questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. Councillor Dodick.
I thought he had 3 questions. There was only 2.
I did count 2 as well. One
Yeah, I
was the
just,
first.
I wondered, well, he wasn't involved in the budget process, was he?
Be grateful.
Councillor Dodick.
It's not a big question. I'm just want to wrap my head around the $1 million BAU account. There was an indication that there was $1 million in the BAU account and that it was going to be used to deal with the $1 million cut in 2021-2022. But we were also told that the $2,235,460 in the 2023 budget includes that $1 million. So does that mean that if effectively approval of this budget will mean that the BAU account will remain at $1 million?
No, the million that we have for 2022 is to maintain the levels of policing that we had prior to the cut. So those 7 police officers that we talked about, how normally those 7 police officer positions would be cut, our BAU is paying for that for 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Croson. And you're muted in front of the police station, the old police station. You're still muted, Councillor Croson. I believe, Councillor Croson, it doesn't look like you're on mute, but we can't hear you, so there might be a technical issue here. If we could look into that.
Perhaps she could send it in as a text message and we could read it out for her.
Hey, Councillor Croson, if you just want to give just a minute here, we're going to work on that technology here. And maybe your cat is on your keyboard? No. All right, I don't see any further questions. I thought we could come back to Councillor Croson, but if we just give a couple minutes here to try to get Councillor Croson back, audio back online. Do we have, oh, I think someone has went, if I could have somebody who is online, Chief, could you hear us? And just to try your mic, just to make sure that it's not Teams in general, if you wouldn't mind, if we can hear you.
Yes,
okay.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, okay, so you were working. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. Councillor Croson, you're back again.
I thought, why not plug it in and see if it works? Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you for plugging that in. Thank you.
All right. Sometimes you have to leave to come back. So thank you, Ms. Kozlovi, and everyone else for coming in. If you do a quick Google search, you'll note that police forces across North America are having difficulty recruiting. How confident are you that you can actually fill these positions if you receive this money?
Thank you. We're quite confident. I had our training section that's responsible for recruiting do up a plan, a 4-year plan for us. And that's why we were being realistic, is that in the first year we were saying we would hire 2 additional police officers as opposed to saying we would hire 15. That's not realistic. We are very confident that we can hire all the civilians in 2022. That process is much quicker. It doesn't involve as much training. It's everything we can do in-house. The goal then is also in 2023 is when we hire those 2 extra police officers, 1 will go into recruiting, which will effectively double our recruiting size from 1 to 2. The issues we're having right now with recruiting is that the member we have there in recruiting is excellent, but because he's by himself, he spends more time processing as opposed to recruiting. We really haven't been able to recruit as of this point. So by doubling it, we actually will have the ability to get out to the community and recruit. And we're starting to look at expanding our imprint beyond just Lethbridge. So we are quite confident we will meet these targets over 4 years.
And following up with that, is the LPC, the Police Commission, amenable to providing a recruitment plan and following up with recruitment stats in each annual report so that council can follow along to see if the recruiting is happening as you predict?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. One of the things that the commission has asked for is we are not unlike everyone else, so we have asked the LPS for a very robust recruiting program or initiative, whatever you want to call it, so that we know we can have some sort of metrics so that we can bring this back to the commission, and then in turn that'll go back to the council.
And slightly veering off from that, you said your greatest need is for staff, civilian and police staff. There are other costs within the police service, of course, in fleet, in computers, etc. Would LPC be amenable to working with the city as a corporation to find cost savings in ways that maybe we can share some of this? So maybe HR, the city does more of, et cetera, et cetera. Is that something LPC would be amenable to working with council and city administration on?
I will answer that one on behalf of the commission. We would always be interested in finding ways that we could be very, very cost effective. As long as those dollars, if we make some cost effective moves, we want to be able to have those dollars so that we can have them in HR, okay? But no, the door is certainly not shut on that. If there is means that we can do that. Now, I could be speaking out of turn, I could be bopped here, but yeah, I believe that yes, we would be willing to do that, but again, with proviso that any cost savings are not recouped by the city, we would want to put that back into LPS.
So if there was a directional motion made by council to our city administration to reach out to the police commission, to the police service, you wouldn't be surprised and you wouldn't be against that?
No, and I've just been told that we're already working regarding fleet services, if there's ways that we can capitalize on maybe some different ways of doing things to save some money.
Thank you, Ms. Kozlowy. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Those economies of scale work well sometimes. A question I have is, and I understand that we have council's mandate is to provide the police commission a budget, not to say what's going to be done with that budget. So recognizing that, a question that I do have is, we're talking about civilian staff and we're talking also about sworn members. If I remember correctly here, the last budget, the importance of civilian staff, because a lot of times we want to hire more police, just put more police out there, everything's going to be better, we're going to put more and more police out there, but the importance of civilian staff and the time that they take to alleviate some of the pressures from the police to be able to do their job. Can someone explain a little bit more about that and that importance?
Yeah, just before, I'm going to have Deputy Chief answer that one, but I will tell you, on my recent ride-along, the officer that took me out, there was a crime and there was evidence, and it took like a lot of time. He had to be off, just so he said estimated 2 hours off the street so that he could write
Paperwork.
Paperwork. But I'm going to let Deputy Chief answer because he's way more.
And along with that, if you could answer this too, is that paperwork that a civilian staff member could have done? So, Deputy?
That's a great example. Some yes, some no. There are some paperwork that it just has to be done by a police officer, whether it be their reports or a sworn affidavit or a report to council. There's a lot of the things that in niche that can be done by a civilian that doesn't have to be done by a member, like adding people, adding property, linking people. Those are all things that don't have to be done by a police officer. When we talk about the importance of civilian staff, I can give you an example, is that this organization is striving to be data and intelligence-led organization. We want our data and our intelligence to lead us, to show us what we should be doing, where we should be deployed, how we should deploy our resources, when, where, how many. That takes civilian analysts who have expertise in that area, and just throwing more boots on the street doesn't solve that. At present, we have 2 analysts in the city of Lethbridge, and I can say we should easily have 4. Those analysts we want to utilize to help dictate our patrols, where they should be deployed, when they should be deployed, how much they be deployed, who they should be looking for, what type of crime types. A part of the problem is that we don't have enough analysts. The second part is because our records management unit is so short that they simply cannot keep up with their work as well. So the UCR data, the UCR is the crime reporting data that Stats Canada use, and which we utilize to do our crime analysis, is 3 months behind. So the fact is that our data is 3 months old. We are incapable of providing real-time data and information to our police officers to effectively utilize them, because the data is 3 months old. That data needs to be a day old, not 3 months old, but we simply cannot keep up with the personnel that we have right now.
Thank you. And I do see Chief. I don't know if you want to add to that. I see that you're online.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to share this analogy with everyone. When you look at our civilian staff and you compare civilian police officers to a building, the civilians are the foundation of that building. And to add more people into that building, you need to have a strong foundation. And if you don't strengthen that foundation, it's going to crumble eventually. So I just wanted to share that analogy with you to bring the importance of the civilian role in our organization and how they are supporting the frontline officers.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Kozlovi, if I can. In the request, because it talks about human resources as well as some fixed costs, I guess, uniforms, equipment, etc. I'm wondering if the commission had any discussions about splitting the request into capital request versus the ongoing tax pressure. I know it's all, most of our, at least all our, no, but I'm just wondering if there are any of these that the commission ever talked about saying one-time allocation of capital. Just, is that something the commission ever discusses?
If you remember, the commission did come forth to the council. You called it some sort of capital planning thing for the, I don't know what it's called. And we were granted that because we have to do some exploratory work to see on our growth. We assume that would be the capital part of it. If you're talking about our base budget, I mean, there are certain things that are in our base budget that we do put not reserves, can't use that word. We do put money in our budget for various site improvements, stuff like this. Is that what you're talking about?
What I was wondering is if there are one-time purchases that could be withdrawn or used from a one-time fund or a capital fund rather than ongoing tax pressure. Was that ever discussed at commission?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. This question is probably directed at the chief. Deputy Chief Grobmeier spoke earlier in regards to analysts and the need for additional analysis within the police service. Could you, for the members of council and perhaps those that are unfamiliar, could you perhaps give us some indications of how the Lethbridge Police Service utilizes various methodologies such as intelligence-led policing, community policing, and a more reactive or command and control style of policing to police our community? Can you give us kind of an indication of, because I think a lot of people, they talk in terms of, well, it's community policing and we want to have more community policing, but what people fail to understand is that there's a myriad of approaches to managing crime and disorder in our community.
Sure, thanks for that question. Obviously, all those components or methodologies of policing are important. And one thing that we've added in the year 2020 is to start exploring the crime reduction methodology of policing, which really works on three different facets, which is managing our prolific offenders, dealing with the hotspots in the community, and also crime causation, what was driving crime. And in order to actually do the first two components, as far as hotspots and managing our prolific offenders, it requires a significant analytical work, so it can actually focus our officers to channel their energy and efforts on those individuals who are causing the most harm in the community and managing them. It's been proven that they are very small percentage of the criminals, 10%, are responsible for over 70% of the crime that are committed. So when Deputy was talking about focusing and become intel-led, that's what we are talking about, is make sure our resources are spent and exhausted in the right ways. And also when we look at the crime causation, we look at different community partners that we need to engage with through mental health, addiction, all that stuff, to actually look at drivers of crime and work with those agencies to reduce crime.
Thank you, Chief. And the direction that the police service is taking in regards to these strategies, has it demonstrated a reduction in the crime severity index in the last year?
Absolutely. In the last 2 years, in 2020, we were able to reduce it by 3%, and 2021 by 6%. And we truly believe that provided we have the proper resources, more analysts, and folks who can actually get us even more focused, we can continue that downward trend and reduce crime in the community.
Good. Thank you for that.
Any further questions? Seeing no further questions, to open debate, Councillor Crowson.
Hopefully everything's working for me this time. I know the current Police Commission won't be surprised that I have in the past been concerned when I noted that the Lethbridge Police Commission had no strategic plan, wasn't presenting annual plans to Council despite requests. Council has only very certain levers when it comes to the Lethbridge Police Commission, and its budget is one of them. Council recognized that in 2020, the Lethbridge Police Commission had over $2 million in unspent BAUs, which Council in 2020 decided to remove, knowing that it would not affect service levels at that time, but also as a bit of a way of resetting the relationship between Council and the Lethbridge Police Commission. That gave the Lethbridge Police Commission 2 years to step up and do their work, and they have over the last 2 years. Over the last 2 years, LPC has created a strategic plan, which is still being implemented and is ongoing. They have started doing some public engagement. They have done annual evaluation of the chief. They are doing monthly governance training at the Police Commission. They have a new administrative assistant who reports to the Police Commission and not to the chief, and they've been working on getting their governance and their house in order. That has been instrumental in developing the relationship between Commission and Council, and Commission and the community that they serve. Because remember that the Commission are volunteers who operate on behalf of the community and represent the community. And so over those last 2 years, as they've been developing, they have looked more in-depthly into the needs of the community and what is actually required. And you see that work being reflected in this plan. And that is what we have before us. It is large requests, and I would be interested in any debate my colleagues have as to whether this is the right amount, but this is the request that we have before us. So that's my opening.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson, we'll move over to Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hate to say this, but the city has a bad reputation when it comes to crime, and I heard you're turning it around. Our police force is doing the best they can with what they currently have, but they are challenged. They desperately need more personnel. We have an obligation to the citizens of Lethbridge. We need to assure them that they are and will be safe no matter where they are, downtown or anywhere else. The previous reductions to the police budget was a mistake, a huge mistake. I could go on, but in summary, this is a need. I realize it's a big ticket item, but I will be supporting this initiative in its entirety, and you can call it bronze, silver, gold, call it whatever you want. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan, and thank you, members of the commission and LFS for being here to answer the questions. It's a big ticket item, and I think you expected there were going to be lots of questions and probing. So thank you for that. I think it's important to state that this council and previous council appreciates the immense challenges and work that was accomplished and done as our partners, as many of our organizations in the community knew we were facing some financial issues. Police were one of the ones who stepped up and said, we're not happy about it, but we can take a hit for 2 years. And then when you look at it, it's actually been 8 years. 2014 is the last time there was an expansion. And I think that's pretty apparent in the reporting that you've provided to us, in the overtime costs that you're experiencing and in the burnout of our folks. And so I think it's incumbent on council to recognize that and put our money where our mouth is, to say thank you for the work you've done, especially commission. I don't think it's a secret to anyone in the community how much effort has gone in the last few years from the commission and our force. So I will be supporting this because I appreciate the work and the I think you sharpened your pencils. You didn't come with a gold or a platinum. You came with a common sense plan, recognizing the financial issues that the city's facing, but also the recruitment issues all police forces are facing. So you stepped it up over time, and I think that was something I'd requested, and so I really appreciate seeing that. So I will be supporting this, but I really just wanted to say thank you for the last several years that I know have been a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for being here today. Echoing what Councillor Carlson says, the Police Commission has really sharpened their pencils this time. Nothing I'm going to say is going to be a surprise here. We have complex social issues in our growing city. They continue to escalate. There's more crime, and not unlike most cities right across the country. And we've heard over and over again about increased overtime, burnout, mental health for our police services. I see it on the face of when the chief comes before us and the frustration that he feels about the cuts that we've had, but dealing with what they can at this time. We struggle with recruitment and retention, and it's very apparent that the LPS is understaffed. I appreciate that the Police Commission has come forward with a realistic request at this time. And while a request is not a panacea for everything, it gets us to almost what is a silverish level. And I wish we could go a little further than that. But at this point, I hope my colleagues will support this resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. The Municipal Government Act in Section 3 says or advises what municipal purposes are, basically what we as a municipality are supposed to do. And one of them specifically says to develop and maintain safe and viable communities. And one of the ways to do that, and maybe the major way to do that, is to ensure that we have a properly funded police service. We have tasked the Police Commission to deal with the police services and come up with a budget to present to Council, which they say is the best budget they can under the circumstances at this particular time. I take that at face value, and I will have no hesitation in supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be supporting this budget. This is a mid-sized city with big city problems. This has been growing for the past 2 decades. This administration of the police service, this police commission, is now confronted with some challenges that other police commissions and executives of the police service have only dreamed about. And so I certainly provide my full support to the initiatives before us. I've asked some tough questions today, and the police service and the police commission and the chief have responded favorably in terms of providing us with insights into the challenges I think that they're facing. It is the responsibility of the police commission and the police, or rather the city council, to provide for an adequate and effective resources to be able to provide police services to our community. And I think that's exactly what this budget does. So I have no hesitation in supporting it. Thank you.
Acting Mayor?
Thank you very much, and thank you both very much for answering our questions here today. I just want to start by saying I certainly appreciate and recognize the work both the Commission and LPS have undertaken over the past few years. It hasn't been easy. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for the service to our community. This is in our strategic plan, focusing on community, making it a priority of our city. Our policing is dealing with a number of increased costs, just as the city organization is. And our police service keeps getting work and expectations added to their plate, and they need the resources to serve our community. Calls are increasing in complexity, and the service needs civilian staff to support the work of policing and keeping our police doing police work. This request is to maintain what we have right now. I just also want to add that safety and the perception of affects everything in our city. This also affects attraction and retention to our city, how our residents feel about our city and how they speak about it. And we can all see how negatively a lot of our residents speak about our city on social media and in the newspaper. This is about more than policing. It's about our city's ability to attract new businesses and retain our current businesses. It's about attracting and retaining doctors, attracting and retaining students to our post-secondaries, and it's about growing our city as a whole. I support providing police services with the resources necessary to deliver those services, and I trust the Commission will continue to explore where changes and improvements need to be made. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I too will be supporting this initiative. I think back to a few years ago when the reduction had happened, and I'm saying reduction is of the $1 million, and the trying times that came since that. And I understand we've been through a lot. We've had a pandemic. There's a lot of different changes in this world, so I won't direct it just at that reduction. There's many things that have happened, you know, with the increase in population, the increase of different types of crimes, as Deputy had mentioned, and how we're responding to those. I know going back to when we were all elected, we sat around a table, we came up with an action plan. And I think as we circled around and spoke, one of the top things that we discussed was community safety. This is a way that we can get to that point of community safety and a better and a safer community. I understand, as I was doing some math here, that this initiative going across the 4 years is just over a 3% tax increase to get us to with the support of this particular initiative. I will also say that if I look at the first year of 2023, and I didn't go through into the rest of the years, but for this particular initiative to pass, on the average citizen's taxation, we're looking at about 68 cents a month, or about $8.20 a year to have this initiative pass. So it puts it in perspective for that additional safety, in my opinion, throughout our community, to pay that $8, just over $8 a month. I'm pretty happy with that. Again, that is on 2023 numbers, so take it as you will for the rest of the years. But I again, will support this, as it is an important part of our action plan. And I do want to give a huge shout out to the police service, both those sworn officers and the civilian staff, and for that matter, those from the police commission that have done the work that they have done to get to this point here, and has worked with the chief and LPS to come to this ask. So again, thank you for your service. Thank you for keeping our community safe. And with that, I see Deputy Mayor Parker is in, and I will have him speak.
Oh, thank you very much. And first, I want to apologize for my absence. I had an appointment. I had to be at 10:30, so I'll be heading to City Hall pretty quickly. But I was part of the conversations and the discussions. I just want to thank the Police Commission and the Police Service for bringing this budget forward. I know As most people know, budgets don't happen in a week. It's almost a year process, if not a little longer, to get to this point. And so there's been a lot of work behind the scenes in getting to this number. As stated, policing is very important. But if you ask the community, and if you ask any city or any municipality, village across this country, if not North America, policing and community safety is always the number one priority. And if you actually put a line item in the budget and you showed it actually on someone's tax bill, they'd be more than happy to pay the extra $1 or extra $10 or $20 or $30 or whatever it is to make sure they feel they have a safe community. I believe our chief and his team have done an amazing job in making huge strides in the crime severity index, as stated earlier. And I know this is going to go a long way as well. But it's going to take a community. There's lots of other ways we can address crime that outside of policing, as Councillor Carlson was speaking about earlier, and I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, I think the community would support this 100%. And I know that the money is being spent properly and responsibly. And it's up to us as a council to make sure the funding, the appropriate funding, is in place. True, we could go back 2 years and rehash, and I was against cutting back the funding, but I'm glad that we are going to bring the funding back to place and then actually increase funding moving forward. So I'd ask for council support.
I see no further debate because I think everybody has debated. So we'll turn that back to Councillor Crowson to close.
Thank you. It was interesting to hear everybody's perspectives. In my perspective, the world is a complex and complicated place. We need to address social concerns. We need housing, we need mental health, we need all of those social programs that actually make a vibrant and necessary community. And I will continue to fight for those. Those are the things that will make a vibrant community going ahead in ways we can't even imagine. But binary thinking is only for computers. And I will continue to support the police as well, because the police are part of the community. So keeping in mind that we need both. At this point, the police will be getting this extra funding, but we need to also continue as a council to think of those other ways, those things that are missing in our community, and to ensure we get those. The other reason I am supporting this is workers matter. Workers are absolutely essential. And when we hear about workers that are overworked, are stressed, are having difficulty doing their jobs, that is something that we absolutely have to be concerned with. And we know from various sources that we have workers, civilian workers and staff at the police service that are absolutely in need of support. And this will help to provide that as well, to ensure that the workers across the corporation and the police service know that the work they do is appreciated, that what they are doing is being done on behalf of the residents of this community, and that we appreciate and understand what they are dealing with. And so it is with that in mind that I will call the question.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. The question has been called. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. And I will ask just for a quick bio break here, if we can. There's banana bread upstairs. Thank you. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you and welcome back. We will continue on here with a initiative that has not yet been sponsored, so I'll start through what it is and start with questions, and hopefully we have a sponsor for it. This is N34, Chinook Arch Member Library Board and Municipal Membership Fees. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N34, Chinook Arch Member Library Board and municipal membership fees to pay for membership for the Chinook Arch Member Library Board with funding allocated as follows. From taxation, 2023, 29,100, 2024, 57,500, 2025, 83,200, and 2026, 106,400. Councillor Carlson, questions?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'm not sure who can answer this, but through you to whoever wants to attempt it. In the investment and payoff section, it does say that the public library shows a net $150,000 benefit from the membership to Chinook Arch. So what is our investment, our membership fee in total, and how do we come up with a $150,000 benefit to that? Oh, thank you, Mr. Heffer, right? Oh, sorry, I took your notes.
Okay, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to your question, Councillor Carlson. The benefit cost analysis that the number is derived from, the $150,000 net benefit, was an update to an original study that was done, I think, roughly.
If I could just pause, just introduce your name just for the record,
Yes,
sorry.
sorry, yes. Robin Heffer, CEO of Chinook Arch Regional Library System.
Thank you, Rob. Sorry.
Thank you for deferring your discussion today. I know I wasn't available yesterday, and I'm pleased to be able to be here today to answer some of your questions. So I was watching online, and I was screaming on my monitor like, I can answer that. But you couldn't hear me, of course, because I was in my office. Yes, so there had been a previous benefit cost analysis that had been done actually at the city's initiative. I forget exactly the date, perhaps Tara recalls. 2001, so a while ago. Working with Tara, we decided it might be a good time to update that document. So basically using the same methodology, the same criteria, we looked at updated figures, and that's how we arrived at that $150,000 net benefit. So basically, the whole idea with that study was to say, like, if the city of Lethbridge wanted to provide a comparable level of public library service without the system's support, it would cost $150,000 more to offer a comparable level of public library service.
Okay, thank you. So, and I don't have the sheet in front of me, but what is our total membership fee currently? And it seems to be, by the request, it seems to be a tripling in the actual request, but that's not the whole fee. We currently pay.
That's right. Yeah, the current membership fee for the city of Lethbridge is just over $1 million per year.
Lethbridge pays $1 million, and
yes,
and out of that we see a net or a gross benefit then of 1.15 million to the city. I'm just not sure how.
Yes, I guess that would be one way of putting it. So if you were to take the $1 million, I think it's just maybe it's closer to 1.1. If you were to take that and reinvest it in your local library service, and to generate, I guess, to be able to offer a similar level of library service, you would have to fund an additional $150,000 over that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think that's enough questions from me. I'm not sure if my colleagues have any.
May I answer your question from yesterday that I heard online?
Sure.
So you had asked a question about if the council decides not to approve this initiative, does that compromise your standing in the Chinook Arch Regional Library System? It does not. So that would be a separate issue. If a municipal council decides that it wants to withdraw from the system, there is a process that's laid out in the agreement, and that essentially requires a 12-month notice in writing. So if the council were to decide not to fund this initiative, what would happen is that our budget request, which goes to this council and 40 other municipal councils in the system, because we do serve 41 municipalities, and also we are tasked to serve by the provincial government the 2 First Nations that are within our catchment area. Essentially, because of the agreement which states that in order for a proposed change to the levy schedule to take effect, 2/3 of councils representing 2/3 of the total population served have to approve the change. That gives Lethbridge an effective veto, because Lethbridge makes up about 50% of our total service population. So if your council doesn't approve it, our request is essentially dead in the water, and that means that we would move into 2023 at our current levy schedule. And what we would have to do at that point, I guess, well, that's definitely uncharted waters. We have never had a request not be approved. But it would be tricky. I guess we would have to go back and have some consultation with our members and with our board and decide how we might move forward in providing service. I'm not exactly sure, because I know that the City of Lethbridge does do a 4-year budget plan. I'm not sure at what point it would be possible for us to come back and say, like, could we come back in 2024 and say, you know, we've gone back, we've made some changes, this would be our new request. I'm not sure if that'd be a possibility, because by then you would have already, set your budgets for the next 4 years. So it does feel like a bit of a scary situation, but that's kind of what the process would be there. So
thank you. And just because you mentioned there, what is the total budget for Chinook Arch?
Our total operating budget is hovering right around $4 million a year.
So the City of Lethbridge contribution is approximately 25%.
That's correct. Although because we do receive a grant we receive a grant from the province of Alberta on behalf of the city's population. So if the city, say, were to withdraw, we would also lose that. So the fact that the City of Lethbridge belongs to the system means that the City of Lethbridge is, I guess, kind of responsible for about 48% of our total operating. But not all of that money comes from the city. Some of it comes from the province on behalf of the city's population.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question I have for City Manager or as designate, I'm sure you're looking over at the City Treasurer on this one. We just heard about what could happen if the Chinook Arch was to come back in 2024, understanding a 4-year budget. I know it's a rhetorical question I'm going to ask you, because I do realize that this could be funded from an MRSR one time until the following budget, if that was an initiative that they wanted to present again to council in the future. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. They could be funded through, one-time ask, the MRSR. The other piece I'll just remind council in this kind of example, this is also where the corporate contingency that we budget as well could be utilized as well. That starts in 2024 at $500,000 and escalates from there.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Heffer, for coming in to answer our questions. We understand and hear that you assist Lethbridge Public Library in offering enhanced library services for our contribution, which in 2022 was close to $800,000. What do we receive for that?
Well, there's a host of services that we offer. So, it is laid out in our system agreement. So we have this agreement that shows, basically lays out what the local library board is responsible for and what the system library board is responsible for. So things that the system library board is responsible for, IT support, bibliographic services. So anything related to any of the items that are borrowable by your residents. So library materials. We have a very significant purchasing operation. We do most of the purchasing for library materials for Lethbridge Public Library. We offer training and supports. I think I've already mentioned IT support. So now there is a slightly different, because the Lethbridge is so large, and because the Lethbridge Public Library is so integrated with the city's network, that we do maybe not offer all of the same IT support services that, it's not that we don't offer them, it's that the Lethbridge Public Library does not use them to the same extent. that some of the smaller libraries do. So internet service provision, all that kind of stuff is done. The wireless access in the libraries, all those devices are provided by Chinook Arch. And one of the key things, of course, is resource sharing. So even though each library in the Chinook Arch Regional Library System is independently governed, they've essentially agreed to act as a large multi-branch library system, meaning that they've agreed to share their resources with each other. So in order to facilitate that, the flow of materials from one library to another, we do have 2 delivery vans that move the materials around. So just to provide some context for those numbers, in 2021, Lethbridge residents borrowed 135,000 items approximately from the other libraries within the system, and by the same token lent about 122,000. So it may come as some surprise or be counterintuitive, but the Lethbridge Public Library is actually a net borrower from the other libraries in the system. So there is a give and take. And Chinook Arch really does exist to facilitate the sharing of those resources through the system. We do have a special relationship with the Lethbridge Public Library. The library legislation allows for, in this type of situation, a resource center library in a library system, and that occurs where there is a large urban library surrounded by a sparsely populated rural area. So it's the case here in Lethbridge. It's the case in the Shortgrass Library System, where Medicine Hat is kind of the anchor library for the Shortgrass Library System, and then up in Peace Region as well. So there is kind of a special business relationship between Chinook Arch and the Lethbridge Public Library Board. And I think we can kind of see, over the years, there has been a really deep integration at sort of a budgetary and at a service level between Chinook Arch and the Lethbridge Public Library. And I think that's why it's sometimes tricky, because I know that over many years, the Chinook Arch budget has been considered as part of the Lethbridge Public Library budget, or at least as far as you stand as a council, they are sort of one line item. And in some ways, I wouldn't mind getting that separated out so they can be considered separately, and maybe perhaps that's what's happening at this point. But I know a lot of the numbers that you received from Chinook Arch actually came through TARA and through the Lethbridge Public Library Board, which doesn't necessarily reflect the nature of our relationship as a board at Chinook Arch and municipal council as the member of Chinook Arch. So anyway, but that's something we can maybe, I know there were some things identified in the KPMG report that talked about clarifying that relationship and about improving communication. And I realize also, Acting Mayor, that I'm getting a little bit away from the core of your question here, but yeah, that's...
Just to follow up on the initial question that I had about the services that you provide, how would not approving this affect those services in the upcoming short term then? What immediate effect would local residents see?
I don't think you would notice anything initially. So as Chinook Arch, our principal clientele is the member libraries. So all of our plan of service is principally geared at providing supports to member libraries in serving the public. So the only real case where we serve the public directly is through our digital online services. So if you go to say the Lethbridge Public Library website or the Chinook Arch website or any of the other websites for the libraries in the region to borrow, say, an ebook or an audiobook, that's a service that is provided by Chinook Arch. So that's kind of the only area where we interface with the public directly. So what we would have to do is, and the reason it's difficult to answer this question right off the top is that we would want to make those decisions in consultation with our members. We would want to say, like, we are going to have to scale back on some of our services. Which ones are most important to you, and how can we make those adjustments, and which ones can we maybe defer for a few years or something like that.
Okay. And then just for my own clarification, following up on the question that Councillor Carlson asked, we see approximately $150,000 in benefits from Chinook Arch, and that was on the extra documentation you provided. That number came from 2018 when we paid $770,000 into that. and this is a tough question, if we were to take that $150,000 and transfer that over to Lethbridge Public Library, they would be able to continue on with those services that you provide?
You would lose some of the intangible aspects of collaborating with your municipal neighbors on delivery of library services. So you would lose, for instance, access to those, as I mentioned, the 135,000 items that came in from the system, from the rest of the system. Those items would no longer be available. There would also be a potential for losing some patrons. So right now, anyone who resides in the county of Lethbridge, for instance, can come into the city of Lethbridge and get a library card because of the relationship that Shinnecourage has with the county of Lethbridge. So you would actually lose the whole resource sharing aspect, which I feel is one of the great strengths of the system. You would also need to do in-house things like the cataloging and acquisitions, and your IT support would be fully in-house. The software that manages the circulation of the books, so checking in, checking out, all of that is managed by Shinnecourage. So you'd have to find a provider for that. You would have to find space for your catalogers and for the people that are doing that work. And of course, one of the things, this is something I like to brag about, but Shinnecourage is a non-unionized shop, so we actually can't compete with Lethbridge Public Library on salary. Since 2017, even just looking at salary increases, so the salary increases for the unionized staff at the Lethbridge Public Library Board have increased 11.5%, whereas with Shinnecourage, it's under 4% over that same period. So we can't compete on that. If the Lethbridge Public Library were to hire the same qualified staff that we are using, you would of course be paying a slightly higher rate for those staff and having to find a place to put them. So the $150,000 would definitely be an oversimplification. It's just strictly looking at dollars. It doesn't really look at any of the service impacts or any of the other impacts that you would have to deal with, such as having to find the space and the personnel to actually do the work that is currently, I'm not going to say being contracted to Shinnecourage because it's not a contract. Shinnecourage is a member service organization, and it's really a framework for collaboration rather than strictly speaking a contract, or a fee for service type of situation. But yeah, the $150,000 is unfortunately a gross oversimplification, but it is useful for some purposes. But I don't want to make it sound like you could just simply spend $150,000 and deliver exactly the same level of service to your residents.
I'll pop out for now.
Councillor Middleton, no.
Thank you, Mr. Heffer. I appreciate that. May I characterize something, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but you indicated, I believe, that the city of Lethbridge is responsible for about 50% of your, I guess it would be for your costs as well as, and perhaps you might want to recharacterize it for me, but what I'm concerned about is it sounds like we're subsidizing libraries outside the city. Is that a fair characterization or not?
I don't think that is a fair characterization because the system is, first of all, everyone pays the same base fee. So we have a municipal fee. Our fee actually has two components, and I'll explain the reason for that. We have a base municipal fee, which every member pays, and that's a per capita fee. So it's designed to be equitable, I guess. So whether you are Arrowwood, Alberta, which has 100 people, or the City of Lethbridge, the $776 it's a per capita amount. So of course the gross dollar amounts are much larger at the City of Lethbridge, but it's designed for every member to pay in proportion to their population.
And we constitute about 50% of your revenue.
The City of Lethbridge is responsible for about 25% of our revenue directly. But your membership in the system does trigger a provincial grant that accounts for another 25%. So if if City of Lethbridge were to withdraw, we would lose both Lethbridge's municipal fee and the provincial grant on behalf of that population.
Right, okay. And what you've characterized by this, and this is perhaps not a fair analysis, but you've indicated that our return on investment is about $150,000 over and above what we would get a return on this as opposed to what our expenditures would be. Is that correct? I'll rephrase it any way you like to make it palatable.
Yes. I guess the benefit cost analysis. I'm trying to think of it in terms of a return on investment. I'm not sure that it quite works as a return on investment sort of thing, because the return on investment, first of all, the return on investment is often in libraries is often quite an intangible thing. A lot of the benefits that the community see, it's hard to put a dollar value on. Although there are some studies from the States that do show a $3 or $4 return on public dollars spent on public libraries, and it's.
But I think we get that with our own public library, and we get it with our two public libraries. So at the end of the day, what we're being asked to do is we're actually being asked to provide funding for this system that actually exists, for the most part, outside of the city of Lethbridge.
I don't think that's the way that I would put it. I think it would be better to say that the city of Lethbridge has made a decision to collaborate with its municipal neighbors.
Yes.
To deliver library services in a more cost-effective and efficient way. So someone earlier today mentioned economies of scale or doing things together. So rather than having every library having its own purchasing or doing its own purchasing or doing its own IT support, doing its own internet service provision, or offering its own digital services or hosting its own website, everyone can contribute and offer those services to their residents. So no matter where you live in the area, you can experience a relatively equitable access to library services.
Okay.
But I think, to say that Lethbridge is subsidizing the rest of the system would not be an accurate characterization.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I just still trying to wrap my brain around all of this, because in the presentation there was the municipal levy, and then there was something called a library board fee.
Yes.
And so the total levy seems like it's 11 something. I don't have it in front of me. So is that what we pay in Lethbridge per capita? Is 11?
Yes. Yeah. So you pay this year you pay the $776 per capita. That's the municipal fee, and there's a $357 per capita library board fee. And I can explain the reason for that. So Shinnecourage has 41 member municipalities and 33 member library boards. So we have a number of municipal members that do not operate a library board. And because they don't have a library board, we don't deliver the same level of services to those communities. So County of Lethbridge, for example, our second most populous member, does not operate a library board. They do not operate a library. So there we charge them what we call a rural services fee. The fund we receive from the rural services fee is distributed to the libraries that serve that population, like in the neighboring communities. The same would hold true for Cardston County. But if the town of Cardston, for instance, or the town of Coaldale, they do have a library board, so they pay the library board fee of $3.57.
Per person?
Per person, that's right, per capita, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And there is something that comes with that as well. So with the library board fee, there is a $2 per capita book allotment that comes along with that. So that means that any library board that is paying the library board fee receives $2 per capita to spend on library materials. And that's simply built into the agreement to make sure that every library in the system has the capacity to purchase materials in an amount that's proportionate to their population. And I think that was put in there in the early days of the system to generate buy-in, because I think there was a fear among some of the libraries that all the other libraries would stop buying books and they would just steal our books. So the book allotment allows everyone to be purchasing books, and it really helps to kind of grease the wheel, so to speak, on the resource sharing aspect of the system. So
just to explore that then for me, so our library board has to pay a fee of $3.57 per person in Lethbridge, but we immediately get back $2 per person to buy.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There was an additional cash transfer that, because of this special relationship that the Lethbridge Public Library Board has with the Shinnecoge Library Board, there's a cash transfer of $90,000 that Shinnecoge gives to Lethbridge Public Library in recognition of its role as a resource center library for the system.
Thank you.
There's some additional monies as well. We do transfer money to the Lethbridge Public Library in order for them to send out the bookmobile to the town of Colehurst, for instance.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if this is a fair question, so anyone can stop me if I can, but I see Ms. Plato is here, and one of my colleagues was asking about the benefit and so I'm wondering if I can ask the question. If it's unfair, let me know. But I wasn't realizing, because I was just looking at the actual initiatives sheet, and I was thinking the 29,000 going up to 106,000 in 2026, and I thought, that's not an unfair amount to pay for a community of our size to be part of this. But when I did the entire look at the budget, and it is $1.1 million in total, and so please stop me if this is unfair, but I'm hearing discussions of if we just said we're going to give that to to our library instead, would that reduce the benefit? I believe it said in the report from 2001 or 2018, I heard two different versions, that we actually see a net benefit of $150,000. So would it be like, no, if you're going to do that, you need to give us 1.3 because we're losing then that $150,000 net benefit?
Correct. So the cost benefit analysis was really meant to determine if we were to take on the work ourselves, much of which Robin explained, what would it cost us? And so again, it's based on lots of different factors, and we have to assume a lot of things because we have been, the city has been part of the system for 30 years. So what it would look like to have regional resource sharing and that sort of thing, that's very difficult to know what it would cost. But that was the point of the cost benefit analysis. And what comes out of that is that if we were to take on that work ourselves and try and do a comparable level of service, it would cost us approximately $150,000 more to do it on our own. And of course, that's one of the reasons the city originally decided to join the region 30 years ago, was that the idea of regional library systems is to share costs where possible. So Robin talks about the IT support, for example. So the Shinnecoge IT support goes to supporting back-end IT systems, the integrated library system, other things that I'm not remembering right off the top of my head. The
firewalls, the network management.
that sort of thing. So that we are sharing those costs with other libraries. So to take on the work ourselves, we believe would cost an additional $150,000 over and above the current membership fee. But of course, we would lose benefit as well. It would be a lower level of service because we just wouldn't be able to provide regional library service at that level without Shinnecoge.
Okay, and that's providing regional library service. I guess.
Nope. So the cost benefit analysis is about us being able to do the work of Lethbridge Public Library without Shinnecoge. It does not take into account the regional lending piece.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Dodick.
Okay, we've heard about the cost-benefit analysis that was done a couple years ago, I guess 4 years ago. I'm thinking, and perhaps directed to the city treasurer, would it make any sense at this point in time to do a cost-benefit analysis to see what it's like now in today, and I'm thinking 22, 23, and looking forward, because right now some of the discussion is actually confusing me to a great degree.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodick, as mentioned, we've done it a few times here, and over the last number of period, I think there was one back in 2001 and then back in 2018, so I think there's a couple times. We haven't checked obviously the $150,000 on like our staff just recently, but I think if council so wishes, or a member of SBC, it would be something that we could look at again. It would be dusting off the cost-benefit analysis that was previously done in 2018 and going through that and seeing where it lands for the benefit of the community.
So then, well, I guess it's not hypothetically. So if we, as council, decided, okay, let's use perhaps one-time funding, whether it be MRSR or some other one-time funding allocation for the ask for 2023, with a directional resolution that says, come back with a cost-benefit analysis, and then that would leave it open for us to deal with 24, 25, and 26 if the cost-benefit analysis comes out and says, yes, this is something that should be supported. Does something like that make sense? No, I guess I have to ask my council members that. I guess what I'm saying is I'm going to be proposing that, because at this point in time, I don't know. I know what the cost-benefit analysis was in 2018, but I'd like to know what it is now. So you can,
Councillor,
where I'm going to be heading shortly.
Okay, well, maybe I do have a question about that, and maybe that's best if I know that is coming, I could ask, or I could ask you now, if this cost-benefit analysis is not on the increase, but the complete Chinook Art, so we've heard it's the $1 million plus, that would be the whole thing, would be my understanding?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The way I would take that to be is that currently in the budget, similar to what Mr. Hefner has said, in 2022, it's $1,148,000 of budget. So that amount would be the amount we'd be taking a look at for the benefit of that, plus the 29,100 ask, if that was the one-time piece. So the reality is we'd look at the whole amount. The one thing I will mention, and there maybe it might be your next question on it, is that yes, the one-time amount could be there, and base already has that $1,148,000 in it. So as long as council didn't change that, it would be much easier if you didn't change that at this stage to do the cost-benefit analysis, because at that point you can make a decision.
Thank you. You did answer the question I was going to ask, because I was thinking to myself as well, we've already heard from 2023 to 2026, if nothing was to happen, if this was not to be approved, could we go forward? I'm hearing that you may come forward with, actually, I'll let you do that. I don't even know if I can support that, but that's fine. That's your prerogative to bring that part forward, so thank you very much for that. If you're done, I do have a question for them. I don't know, are you done, Councillor Dodick? A question I have, and I want to go back to a comment that was made of, so we pay this $1 million here out to Chinook Arch, and then 90,000 comes back as thank you for doing this. Question to Mr. City Treasurer, I don't know if you can answer this or who could answer this, but we have a 90,000, so we just pay it and we just get it back. Why? I guess it would be yourself. Why does that happen? Why would you not just request 900,000 rather than, $1 million? I'm just really confused with this, because I see this $90,000. You know where I'll go next with that question for Ms. Plato is, where does that go? But can you help me understand that?
Certainly. Well, it comes back to a long-standing agreement between Chinook Arch Library Board and the Lethbridge Public Library Board for the provision of resource sharing services. So that money, it was actually renegotiated when Mr. Van den Heuvel was the director at Lethbridge Public Library. And but the idea is that it was to recognize the City of Lethbridge's contribution to the system in terms of collections and expertise. So back in the day, the Lethbridge Public Library had a very large reference collection, had a very large book collection compared to the other libraries in the system. And also, so there was money that was actually tied to population that would come to the City of Lethbridge to kind of subsidize the purchase and the maintenance of those materials, and also to subsidize a position, or, I mean, we don't actually put a lot of constraints on how that money is spent by the Lethbridge Public Library Board. It's to subsidize and to, I guess, not subsidize, but to acknowledge the resource sharing contribution of the Lethbridge Public Library. So an example of something that might be used under that is in most of the smaller libraries, there aren't credentialed librarians that are running the library. So there may be someone who comes into the library, has a very complex reference question, that they are not able to answer. Because of this resource sharing agreement that we have with Lethbridge Public Library, that librarian or that patron can call Lethbridge Public Library and get sort of credentialed librarian, very high level assistance for that particular question. So we call it, it's the resource sharing agreement, it's the resource sharing grant with Lethbridge Public Library, and it's designed to subsidize Lethbridge's contributions to the system as a resource sharing hub.
What about if they don't have a phone, or they're not on internet, they don't have laptop, computer?
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Councillor Croson?
Thank you. As I'm listening to this, I'm getting more confused all the time about what exactly. So I appreciate some of the discussion about trying to get more clarification to better understand if we are actually getting our money's worth. But just to, I have a bit more to add to the context. Are we the only such regional service in the province, or is this something that is done throughout the province?
The only regional library system?
Yes.
No, we are one of 7 regional library systems in the province. We're actually the youngest one as well. In the late 80s, Southern Alberta was the only part of the province that did not enjoy regional library service. In fact, the City of Lethbridge was instrumental in getting the library system set up. The librarian at the time, Duncan Rand, was very keen to have the regional library service up and running. And our first building was purchased with a debenture from the City of Lethbridge, which has long since been paid back, I will say. But the City of Lethbridge has been a really key partner ever since 1992 when the system was inaugurated.
Okay. And you mentioned that because of the money from the city, we're able to get a grant. Can the LPL apply for that grant themselves, or is it only available to regional services?
The LPL gets their own provincial operating grant. If LPL were to withdraw from the system, that grant would not be available.
So that grant only comes to Southern Alberta because of the regional service?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Parker?
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming. The more you talk, the more questions, so.
I know it is a really, it's almost.
I don't know if you're hurting your cause or helping your cause.
I'm asking myself the same question.
I'm just joking. I'm trying to get my head around this. So we have all these libraries all over Southern Alberta. And so Coaldale has a library, we have a library, Tabor has a library.
Yes.
And they all serve their citizens. And if you didn't have this association, if someone who lived in the county or someone in Coaldale, they could come and use our library, am I correct?
That would be your local board's decision. So there is no obligation on the part of Lethbridge Public Library Board to offer service to anyone outside of the municipal borders.
Okay. Because when I look at your financial statements, $4 million, $2 million salary, I'm just trying to get my head in. Since we're the biggest supplier, the biggest funder of this, I'm trying to understand the value the community gets. I think it was probably more relevant, you know, before the internet took off and all that, and libraries were the places to be. That was the place to get your information, gather, and libraries have evolved. They've changed, their roles have changed within a community. I'm trying to understand what value I can tell Mrs. Smith being part of this organization is. Sell me, because I'm having troubles on getting. I'm trying to understand why it is relevant now compared to where it was 30 years ago, since 1992.
Sure. Well, I mean, libraries have clearly changed. When Shinnecourage was inaugurated, the internet was not yet a thing. Of course, it was books, resource sharing. But, and the roles of the public libraries themselves have changed. So you're right, people aren't coming in looking for the almanacs or the atlases. They Google those kind of things, like what's the population of Beijing and that kind of stuff, right? People used to come to the library with those types of questions. The game has certainly changed. People are still using the library, though. They still use it for their entertainment and educational needs. We haven't seen borrowing drop off. During COVID, we did. We're also seeing a giant move to the digital. So offering ebooks, you know, people are wanting to download audiobooks, things like that. So those are the things these are expensive services. To purchase a paper title of a copy might cost $20 or $30. To purchase the digital rights to lend that copy often will cost $120.
So there's some synergies and savings. So
absolutely,
I'm going to be blunt in my questions. So what do you do? what do you do what do you do as the director? What do you do on behalf of us? Your job.
My job is to run the library system to the best of my ability, to be a steward of the public dollars that are spent from this council and the provincial government and all of the other member councils, and to provide strategic leadership.
Strategic leadership to the librarians?
To the library system in responding to our members' needs.
So I'm just saying, so let's say we didn't have this Chinook Arch. You still have libraries. Terry's doing an amazing job like she does at the library and all that. So if someone could still use libraries all over the place. So I'm trying to get my head around what value, besides the purchasing power and all that, I'm trying to get my head around how someone benefits from it. Joe Citizen, how do they benefit from it?
Well, if you say you lived in the county of Lethbridge, it does not have a library board, you would have essentially no access to public library services, except at the goodwill of, say, the Coaldale Library Board or Picture Butte or the city of Lethbridge.
My follow-up to that is, Ms. Plato, if someone from the county wants to come and use our library, what do you do?
Because we're a member of the regional library system, if we weren't a member and that was a situation, the board would have to decide what that looked like. So, for example, Nobleford is a good example because they are a recent member of the library system. They weren't before. What happened is that they came in and they could use the local library services, so what's in our library. They didn't have access to any of the regional library services at an increased membership fee.
So each board could decide, you know what, we're going to open it up to become like kind of the World Wide Web. We want to open it up to everyone. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Marion. I appreciate all the questions and answers that are coming out of this. So I really appreciate that we waited till today to have you here. Through you, Mayor Higgin, to city manager or designate, and I'm not sure I saw Councillor Dodick pull out his abacus, so I don't know if he's contemplating what he mentioned earlier about revisiting the cost-benefit analysis. Is there going to be a cost to the cost-benefit analysis? Who does that work? And
so, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, there's a cost, and even if we do in staff time, there's an opportunity cost in some of the work, and I think we've had a number of pieces on it. Internally in administration, we would most likely look at this piece. We've done this in the past. We would work in conjunction with the Lethbridge Public Library and the Chinook Regional Library System. I know I was involved back in, I think, 2001 as well, so personally. So I have an idea of what we did. Wasn't involved in 2018. However, I think we would look at it here. Now, as for cost, yes, it could be that, resourcing and timing and so forth would be that piece there. And I'll leave it to Mr. Brierley if he wants to say anything else. Or
my only other question on that was going to be, and is that something that could be accomplished within a year?
So what Mr. Matthews and I were talking about is, as council may be aware, we've talked about a few things that we're going to be looking at and keeping a running toll of how we might actually have to come back on that. I think, this is doable, and looking at, we talked yesterday about the parks one, and we've talked about transit, and looking at the effort required and the best way to manage that and what the costs might be associated.
And final question, if I can, Mr. Mayor, is that would part of that cost-benefit analysis, because I think Mr. Haffer said it's a bit odd as well, that the agreement is between Chinook Arch and the city, yet we give the money into the LPL budget for, it seems a bit odd to me. A lot of these things just, put it over here so it can go over there. Well, why not just go directly there? Is that something that could be looked at in the cost-benefit analysis too, or is that something council could just say from now on it just deals with us, or we do it? Or is that the way most municipalities do it? Or do they fund their library boards and they fund you?
I hate to say it, but honestly, it's all over the board.
Okay.
Library funding is just a terrible rat's nest.
Okay.
And, yeah, so.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, I don't know if that was a direct a question or not, but I'll just give you a bit of an. We've kept it together more from an understanding of the total kind of library-related costs, and that's the reason why it was tagged in that through history, from my recollection on it anyway, since I've been here, and not to say that we couldn't do something different there.
Thank you. And sorry, I did have one final question. So my final question. There was a 5% reduction in the levy 2 years ago.
Correct. Yes.
Where did those, because we had already approved the budgets, or was that reduced? I don't recall us reducing the budget net, but maybe it was.
No, that was, if I may sort of interject. So that was a unilateral decision of the Shinnecock Library Board, and it was because of the advent of COVID, essentially. We knew that, well, there were a lot of unknowns. We knew that municipalities were...
So you reduced the levy.
We reduced it unilaterally.
For a 5% extra. So where did those dollars go? It's not huge. It's $5,000, I guess, but...
Mayor, to Councillor Carlson. If memory serves, I'm looking over at you know, for a lifeline here on this one here. If we didn't adjust the budget on it, it would have just been part of the overall COVID pieces that would affect Lethbridge Public Library. But I'll let the library speak to it if they have anything further on that.
We did adjust internally our budget. We were supposed to receive $180,000 from MRSR to fund our security guard. We did not take that money from the city. We used the cost savings of this reduction to fund our third security guard.
May I, if I could add one more little tidbit to that. So because we've been doing this on a 4-year schedule, had Shinnecock not offered that 5% reduction, this year's Shinnecock per capita member levy would have been $8.41 per capita. As it stands at $7.76. If you look at our proposed levy schedule, we're proposing by 2026 to be at $8.31. So still a full 9 cents per capita below what this not this council, but what this previous council had approved back in 2018. And so for many reasons, that's why I really see this budget request as very much a status quo budget. The increases we're looking for are really strictly inflationary in nature, having to do with the increasing cost of fuel and other, the cost of IT equipment and things like that. So we do see with our new plan of service quite a change to our business, and we do see ourselves stepping out into the libraries and helping the libraries in a more tangible way out on the ground. But we will be kind of rearranging ourselves internally to make that happen. And I guess through kind of moving away from, right now a lot of our staff are clerical technical. We'll be moving towards more kind of professional staff complement to better serve the libraries in a more kind of less behind the scenes, more on the ground kind of way. So really the increases that we're asking.
Thank you. My question was the $50,000, where did it go? So
Yeah,
I
gotcha.
think I got that answer some time ago.
My apologies. Librarians just provide too much information. It's like, we don't know when to quit.
With that, I have no further questions, but I'm hearing that someone may have something in debate. Acting Mayor Dodick. Mr. Dodick.
Well, then I'm leaving. I propose an amendment to this initiative, and the amendment be that we fund through a one-time allocation. MRSR is as good as anything for 2023, with the direction to administration to do or update the cost-benefit analysis regarding the membership in Chinook Arch, which would deal with the actual ongoing budgeted membership fees, but also with respect to the ongoing amounts requested in N34. And the reason I'm doing this is because In 2018, the cost-benefit analysis did indicate that, in fact, there was a plus $150,000 benefit to the city. We don't know whether that number remains there or it's higher or lower. So I think it would be difficult for us to make an informed decision if we were to just do an up and down vote on the existing resolution without knowing that what the ultimate effects might be. So that is the purpose for the amendment.
I have a question on the amendment. Oh, you are the original.
I am
Mr.
now the
Dodig
original mover.
You are the original mover. Can I have a question on the motion in front of us then? It is not amended. I guess it's been changed as per the mover. I'm just curious to know if this was voted on, and maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. If it was defeated, it is still continuing on with the base budget item unless we look at the base budget item prior to approval. Would that be fair to say? And maybe that would be for city manager as designate. So we have a resolution here on the floor to support the 1 year. Now I'm understanding we already have a base budget line item in there, which will continue forward, we have heard, with or without that amount. So I'm just curious to know the base budget will still continue unless we do unless we change the base budget amount, because that is in base right now, 100 going all the way through million whatever for 4 years, correct?
Mayor, that is correct. So unless anything else changed in the resolution, the base budget would remain at $1,148,454 ongoing throughout that period, with a 1 year one-time allocation of $29,100 for 2023.
Because to the mover, I'm looking at these dollars here, the 29.1 could be some help of the cost to do this cost-based analysis, but I'll debate that when it's up on the screen, I guess. So the question, so you do see to go forward with 29.1, but I would like to amend that to $0 for 2023 to not support this, meaning that if this resolution was not passed, the work would still be done for the cost-based analysis. They do have in the budget, currently the base budget, we've got for 4 years, and so I'm not prepared to support the 29,100.
Okay, well then you
amend the amendment. Or motion to divide, I guess. Could do when it's up there.
or just vote against it.
No, because I like some of it.
Okay, then divide it.
Thank you. Want to get it up on the screen here?
Like the bottom half or the top? I third hardly voted on something yesterday. Got a third of a loaf out of it, I think. If I recall.
But we don't know what the effect of not funding the 29 is. That's the problem, isn't it? We don't know what the effect of not funding the 29 is. See, the reason I want the 29 is because we don't know what the effect of not funding it is.
He said nothing. That was the first question he answered. He says we just continue. We might have to go to the board and figure out if there's something.
Okay, well, why don't you ask him the question if we...
While we're waiting for that to come up, I do have a question. Sorry. What's his name again?
What's for lunch? What's his name again? The question is, how cold do we want
Robin,
lunch?
I do have one more question. I'm sorry. Well, this is I see that it is up. A question I have, and I think I heard it when one of the first questions we had, what if you did not have this 29,100 or any of the other going forward, you would go back to your boards, but things would still continue on. Is that correct? They still continue. Thank you. That's all I needed. Things would still continue on. With or without. So, Councillor Dodick?
So I'll just follow up a little bit on that question. So if basically what's happening is there's a consideration or potential consideration of just this initiative just not going forward, but rather a direction to administration to do a cost-benefit analysis that includes not only the membership which is in the base budget and which is going forward, but also with respect to the request. And my understanding is that even if there were no funding for 2023, you would still be able to operate, and also you'd know that by the end of 2023 we will have done a cost-benefit analysis. So it would be status quo if such a resolution were to be passed. Is that correct?
Mike is, oh, okay, yeah. We would be able to maintain our core services for sure. We may have to go back to our members and just decide perhaps which of the initiatives identified in our plan of service we'd like to defer, perhaps. It's because, I mean, a 0% increase is effectively a cut, certainly in this inflationary environment, but.
But that was the purpose of the question, is you said essentially you'd be able to continue, but then you said, oh, we'll have to go back to the members and reduce the services somewhat. So you're saying that the 29,100 would be to maintain the existing services, but no 29,100, there would be a reduction in services.
Well, I didn't say there would be a reduction in services. I said we'd have to decide which of the services identified in our plan of service, which is kind of, we see that as over and above our core service offerings. We'd have to decide which one of those we could perhaps defer until later in the budget cycle or what have you. So,
thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I'm in for debate.
All right. So with that to...
Actually, based on that answer, I'm going to treat your proposal of 0,000 as a friendly amendment, which I'll accept.
Thank you. So I will read the revised motion. If I could, it's up on the screen there. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative N34, Chinook Arch Member Library Board and municipal membership fees to pay for membership for the Chinook Arch Member Library Board, with funding allocated as follows. For 2023 to 2026, $0 from MRSR, and administration to conduct an update to the cost-benefit analysis regarding the membership Chinook Arch Library Board. Councillor Dodick.
Could I also ask administration, is it possible to get the report back by December 31 of 2023?
At the latest, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodick, similar to what Mr. Braley had mentioned, there's a few different reviews or discussions over this piece that we're doing too. So it may be a little bit early to tell by December 31st, 2023. I think what we should probably do after, my initial thoughts on it, after we go through this piece of some of those, we can go back and look at workloads and then come back to council. And of course, then council could always make a determination then on one-time funding if they want, based on the milestones, if that makes sense.
Yeah, actually, so what you're saying is that you're going to conduct it. You don't know if you'll have an answer by the end of December 31, 2023, but you'll be able to report to us saying that we don't have an answer, and at that time we can revisit whether or not we want to fund on an ongoing basis.
That's correct.
Okay, well then I'm fine with that.
All right. With that, I do have, is there any further questions, or it appears that everybody's in debate? So I'll start off with debate.
Self-explanatory.
Okay, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, and thank you for the extensive, lengthy discussion about this initiative. I'm not in support of this initiative. I'd rather put money into the Lethbridge Library System than into this engagement with the Chinook Arch, and that's my position.
Deputy Mayor Parker?
So we're putting money in 2023, correct? No, that's why I was wondering if that
Oh, that's a zero.
That should be zero, so I just wanted to make sure. So it's 0, 0, 0, so it's, I will support what's been brought forward here. I was kind of concerned when I saw it up there. Thank you for answering the questions too. When you ask for money, you open yourself up for questions, and I think you did a good job answering the questions. But at the same time, I think we have to take a serious look in the mirror if our membership, being part of this group, is still relevant today as it was 30 years ago, and I think that report will come back. We also have to be mindful that if we do decide to exit, we have to give 1 year's notice. And so no matter what, we should do the review, and we really can't get out of it now. So I will be supporting for that reason.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I was more likely to support this resolution when it still contained the 2023 funding, because in my mind it kind of presupposes the outcome of the cost benefit report. But I think that definitely is something we need to get back, because if it did show in 2018 there was a $150,000 benefit to this investment, I do want to see if that has increased or decreased, but I just, part of a statement rather than debate, that I would have rather seen the 2023 dollars allocated rather than presupposing the outcome of that cost benefit analysis.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I too will be supporting this motion. It gives us an opportunity to understand the cost benefits of being part of the Chinook Arch Regional Library System and how we can better move forward as a city. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
Thanks. This is really is a great resource sharing aspect that Chinook Arch does with the Lethbridge Public Library, but based on how many questions there were here today, it's good for all of us to get a little bit of education about what Chinook Arch is all about and what the benefits really are. And I think this cost benefit analysis is a good idea. So it helps to really learn what goes on here. And so that's the positive part of it, and I will be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this resolution. I thank Councillor Dodick for bringing this revised motion forward, and I look forward to what those results are from that report. So with that, back to Councillor Dodick.
Having the ability to count up to 5, I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? All right, that passes 8-1. With that, we have a motion to go to lunch. Thank you.
44. Oh.
At 1 o'clock. All right, we will get rolling again here. And to start off, I do have a initiative N44, and I would like, with my colleagues' support, I hope, to be able to postpone this one till tomorrow, as the ED, Ms. Shepherd, is not available until tomorrow in case there's any questions. So I'd ask if that is okay to postpone this until, we'll say at the, what do we say at the?
Say at the call of the chair or
the call of the
after
chair?
the EDL, because that'll be first tomorrow.
If that is okay. Is there any opposition to that? Seeing none, N44 we'll put off. N45, sponsored by Councillor Dodick, Henderson Stadium Society Fee for Service. N45, be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N45, Henderson Stadium Society Fee for Service, provide an increase in funding for wages and operating costs, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation in 2023, 53,000, 5,300, 2024, 5,300, 2025, 5,300, and in 2026, the same 5,300. Councillor Dodick.
Are there any questions?
No, debate.
Wants me to call the question. I just want to say a couple things about it. It's a very small ask. They're asking for the 5,300. You'll see on the screen it says a tax increase of 0.00. It's actually 0.0008. It's a 1 cent cost. This is a great organization. The pressures were electricity, materials for field capital, repairs and maintenance, and fuel. That's my opening and closing.
Opening and closing, I will just add my support to that. It is a fantastic organization and a very small ask. The work that they do is amazing with the dollars they have. So with that, all right, so I will take that as opening and closing, and we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Next, from Councillor Middleton Hope, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Fee for Service, N46. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N46, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Fee for Service, to provide for capital maintenance of the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation, 2023, 169,100, 2024, 169,100, 2025, 169,100, and 2026, 169,100. And Councillor Middleton Hope to open, and I will state here that Mr. Warkentin is online as well. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This is a capital maintenance of the new Agri-Food Hub. It's an ongoing cost that we'll have to incur in regards to operating this. If Mr. Workington wants to add anything, then please do so at this point.
Excuse me. I appreciate that, Councillor Milton Hope, and the opportunity to once again be coming to you virtually. I apologize for that. I wish I could be there. I don't have anything else to add other than I'm sure Council understands the increased pressure and increased financial pressure on our operating budget with opening the new facility and the new expectation and standard of delivery on this type of facility and what it can mean for the city of Lethbridge. So I'll take this opportunity to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Right. Open for question. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan, through you to City Manager or Designate. I asked this during our committee presentations for all of these groups, and I should have asked this on the previous one as well, the 5,300. But why are they not indexed over time? Because with these types of asks, they some of our fee for service, they index it over time so they don't have to keep coming back, and it looks like, oh, now you're asking for a big increase because we haven't had an increase over a decade. So why don't we be a bit proactive and say, should this not increase by 2% or whatever it is a year, so that it's not every 10 years, it looks like a big jump?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, just in general on fee for service, there has been times where council has provided that or provided direction to index in the past. That hasn't actually occurred. There isn't a standing, resolution or process from council to say we just index the fee-for-service amounts. So in that case, then we bring forward the base amount that's inside the budget, and then it goes into the process of groups having to come forward in this manner.
Yeah, I just think it would make much more sense, but that's just me.
That could be something that council could consider in the future for process, is to have indexing amounts in future budget cycles.
So with that, I do have a resolution here from Councillor Middleton Hope. Councillor Middleton Hope to open debate. Open debate.
Certainly open debate. At the end of the day, I think what Mr. Workington is suggesting, that this is an ongoing maintenance. Is this for the existing facility? Sorry, it's a question to Mr. Workington again. But this is an ongoing maintenance cost for the new facility, or is this an ongoing maintenance cost for the existing facilities?
Thank you for the question. This is specifically for a life cycling fund for the new facilities based on our engineered letter on the expected systems in the building that will need replaced or repaired within the lifespan of the new facility.
Thank you. That would be my opening and closing.
Closing, I see no further debate, so the question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Workington.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry. Belinda, didn't catch your vote. If you're in favor. All right. Thank you, Belinda. City Treasurer?
Just on the last resolution, one of the things that for discussion on it, or we might want to add to it, is that the funds stay with the city, and we would allocate those funds out to the exhibition at their request. That way we keep it in trust within ourselves and apply interest or if onto those funds as required.
All right, the question, so if we can revisit that motion and the addition there and that wording, sorry, Ms. Ryan, if you could have that information added. And do we want to put this in and revisit it, or can we do it at this time? I think it's fine to do it at, because it's just where the dollars is.
Was there anything in the resolution that?
There wasn't in the resolution here. This would imply that we would pay this out immediately each year to the exhibition. So what instead of that, we maybe put this into it, so that we put it into a life cycle trust for them, and they'd come and request it as required. It is for life cycle maintenance on the building, and I believe that's what Mr.
I thought that was implicit.
And I did, because I did have that question before previously, and so I thought that was part of it. Is it better to have the wording in there? I'm sorry if it called for the vote, because I thought that was part of it as it was discussed before. Are we okay to just do a reconsider with the new? And as we see it up there, that and the Trade Center with Life Cycle Trust with the City of Lethbridge with funding allocated as follows. So the minor change there is, if I could call for the vote again, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And sorry, I thought that was in there, Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Mayor, sorry,
Yes.
but that triggered a question from me, if I can. When we do our life cycle on our facilities do we not index it?
So,
because again, I just look at this and I go 161 or 169.1 now probably needs to be 235 in 10 years.
So in this case here, the amount here, if my understanding, came from discussions with the exhibition. In regards to our facility life cycle budget and so forth, we will look at that as part of any of inflationary pressures as for our own facilities and add as required. So,
should probably do that here too, but that's for another time.
Possibility, and yeah. I guess in indexing, if this trust is paying interest, that would be the indexing.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carlson. Move on to our next initiative sponsored by Councillor Dodick, Lethbridge Softball Association Fee for Service N47. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N47, Lethbridge Softball Association Fee for Service, to provide the funds to maintain the facility with funding allocated as follows: out of taxation 2023 $60,000, 2024 $60,000, 2025 $60,000, and 2026 $60,000. To open, Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you very much. This is an organization, has a base budget of $76,060 per year, which is ongoing. The request is for $60,000 a year ongoing, and it's to fund $45,000 for a full-time bookkeeper and $15,000 for a 6-month term concession manager. The cost associated with this is 2 cents per month. It shows up on the screen as 0.01. It's actually 0.0094, if you want to be exact. The presentation noted all the good things that they do, but this is one of the premier facilities, and they add a lot to the community in terms of tourism dollars, and it's been a great facility since it was built, so I would ask for council support.
Right. With that, open up for questions. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick, did you indicate that there was $45,000 a year for bookkeeping fees?
That's what the ask is for, yes.
Bookkeeper.
Bookkeeper. As opposed to contracting that service out when it's required to do bookkeeping.
Well, my guess is that, well, I'm not going to speak for them, but I mean, whether they contract it out or whether they hire someone full-time, it's, I'm assuming the costs are going to be the same.
Thank you. Do you want to take a recess for a couple of minutes?
And I think we should just recess just for a moment here. All right, moving along here, I see no further questions to open debate.
My opening comments were my debate.
All right, I will support this. I look at these dollars here, and we've heard this when this presentation came in. It seems like forever ago, a couple months back, and they definitely are very frugal with their spending, and throughout the pandemic and the amount of dollars that they were able to operate at such a low budget. And I am completely in support of this, and I think it's a great initiative. Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And I think it's important people know, even though it seems like a lot of money, $60,000, as I stated yesterday with our other fee-for-service groups, if we didn't do this, someone else would have to be doing it. We'd have to have 3 or 4 city staff down there, be a lot of processing. So we're really leveraging a lot of volunteer hours as well for doing stuff like this. And so I think the community would not begrudge this. I think this is a first-class facility. I've heard from numerous people how well run it is, but also how beautiful a facility is. So for that reason alone, I will support it.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate it. I struggle with the $45,000 for a bookkeeper. I'm not sure that there are economies of scale to outsource that requirement to an accounting firm or to a bookkeeper who may be able to do it without hiring a person to do it full-time. So that's an area that I struggle with. As Councillor Dodick indicated, there's no one from the Lethbridge Softball Association to speak to that. So I guess we'll have to...
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there is. Well, there we go. Perhaps then somebody from the Lethbridge Softball Association can speak to... Is that possible?
Yes, if you did use your name for the record.
I'm Hank Stouffer. I'm the facility manager at Softball Valley. the $45,000 is basically partial to be more of a business manager as much as doing the books. But our bookkeeper during the summer it's a 40-hour-a-week job that's being done currently by a volunteer. And even through the summer, it's almost 30 hours, or through the winter, it's 30 hours a week. It's, you know, our gross revenues are close to $500,000, and we have 35 to 40 people on staff. So, you know, just doing the thank you. Just doing payroll through the summer is almost a full-time job. So, you know, we also need somebody to do all the books and everything that's involved, not just the accounting per se.
Thank you very much for that. That's clarified it very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. Appreciate it.
And then I'm prepared to support it. Thank you.
All right. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and I certainly echo the comments of my colleagues. I also just want to add that it's our responsibility to make sure that we are supporting a diverse range of groups throughout our community, and this is one of those other groups that we're able to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, questions have been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Next, I have a resolution sponsored by Councillor Dodick.
Just a sec. Before we go ahead, I'm going to call for what it is. I love you being in this room. I love everyone being in this room. But we need to be respectful. I know, but I just ask anyone in the audience not to be yelling out, for and against, and I just ask you would be respectful. I'm just going to say it, and I know you have all the right to be here like anyone else, but you don't have a right to yell out when we're in meetings. That's all I'm saying.
This council meeting, you may not be re-elected. No disrespect to you, brother. You are my brother. I'll be quiet.
Thank you. So, Councillor Dodick, for sponsoring Lethbridge Sport Council Fee for Service N48. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative N48, Lethbridge Sport Council Fee for Service, to provide for previously approved one-time allocations, as well as increased venue rental fees, material supplies, and salary costs, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation 2023, $61,878, 2024, $68,963, 2025, $76,260, and 2026, $83,777. Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. I'm not going to go into great detail of the presentation that provided by the Lethbridge Sports Council. You've got the numbers on the board, the increase or proposed increases as it shows up as a 0.01. Now, their ask is actually a continuation of an initiative approved in a previous budget, being N74, which provided $55,000 for one staff. That was reduced by $10,000 through pandemic years. So this initiative is to continue the N74 funding at the original amount with increases for inflation. Their mission, as indicated, is to provide leadership and the collective voice for sports in leadership, and their presentation, in my view, makes a strong case for their importance and value in the community. So essentially, this is a continuation of what was a previous funding, which had been reduced by 10%, and now it's been brought back to the previous level with increase for inflation. And if there's any questions.
No questions, so open closed debate.
That was also my debate.
That was your debate. All right. Appreciate the service that they do as well. And the question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. I do have a initiative sponsored by Councillor Middleton Hope, Lethbridge Symphony Operating Grant N49. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative N49, Lethbridge Symphony Operating Grant, to provide funding to offer 7 full orchestra concerts and 3 string quarter concerts per year, with funding allocated as follows: in operations 2023, $53,900, 2024, $53,900, 2025, $53,900, and yes, in 2026, $53,900. Councillor Middleton.
Thank you. This may not appear to be an area that I am highly supportive of, but yet I am. I am an ideological supporter. Councillor Parker spoke to an initiative a while ago in which he said that there may be a small number of citizens who want to use a service. This could be considered that very much in the same vein. But it brings a real richness to our city and to those that frequent the Symphony. There are those that spend a great deal of time and emotional investment in putting into the Symphony. It's a nonprofit community group. It provides services. It has been providing services for over 60 years. Apparently, they do about 10 live concerts per year, which I'll have to get out and see, by local and professional artists. And I think the funding provides a core of professional services, rather, I beg your pardon, it provides funding for a core of professional musicians that anchor our symphony, and they help to enrich the quality of life of many of our citizens. That's my opening salvo, and I certainly look forward to any questions as a result of it that may be directed to Mr. Matthews.
Deputy Mayor Parker?
In for debate, not questions.
So I see no further questions. So to open debate, take it as your opening and closing?
No, I'm in for debate.
No.
It was my opening, but certainly who's ever in for debate.
Thank you very much, and I will not be supporting this for the main reason this is not a fee for service, rather this is an operating grant, and even though they do an amazing job within the community, it's also up to the community to support these organizations and their concerts that occur in our community. So I don't think this would be the appropriate use of taxpayer dollars to be helping funding musical performances in our community. This comes outside of a fee for service. This is an operating grant, so for that reason I'll be voting against it.
That's your opinion.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I will be supporting this motion. The Lethbridge Symphony Association brings certainly valuable entertainment and valuable opportunity to our community. But when I take a look at their funding from other sources in relation to the funding that they receive from the City of Lethbridge, they do an impressive job of getting donations and sponsorships out. So I would have no issue supporting this. Thank you very much.
I too will support this. I see that, and going through the investment and payoff, I see that the Lethbridge Symphony Association contributes approximately $298,840 into the local economy. I think this is fantastic, and although I have only attended a few events, I'm going to encourage Councillor Midland Hope to join one with me, and you'll see how the benefit that this is to our community. So with that, I see no further debate, so turn it back to Councillor Midland Hope.
I think we're prepared to call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? You opposed? Right. Yes, the mayor's concert. You will join. All right. Next, I do not have a mover, but I'll go through and ask for any questions and for a possible mover to this. Nikki-Yuko Japanese Garden Fee for Service N50. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N50, Nikki-Yuko Japanese Garden Fee for Service, to provide previously approved one-time allocations as well as increased wages and staff to operate the new facility, Bunka Center facility, with funding allocated as follows. From taxation, 2023, $400,664, 2024, $417,097, 2025, $434,032, and in 2026, $451,457. Open for questions. I see no questions. And before we go into debate, is there anyone that would like to sponsor this? Councillor Carlson, to sponsor any open debate.
And thank you, Mayor Hagan. I apologize to my colleagues in Invest for not sponsoring this earlier. I was under the impression that Councillor Dodick was taking all of the fee for service, so I didn't leap forward earlier. So now that it has a sponsor, I'll open it up for questions.
There are no questions.
No questions? All right. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. In regards to this initiative, I believe it's very similar to many of our fee-for-service groups, with a slight difference as well. In 2023, Nick Yuko is coming forward to ask for the increase that was one time in the previous budget to go ongoing. And also, with the opening of the Bunka Center, I think they've seen an increased series of costs in operating that. As Councillor Dodick talked with other fee-for-service organizations, they do provide this service at a lesser cost than if the city was needed to run this, step in and run this. The city does own the gardens, and so if we didn't have an outside organization coming forward to run it on our behalf, it would fall back to us. So I hope Council will see the utility of having this organization in our community. I know it's a well-loved and well-utilized facility, and I'd call for my colleagues' support.
I see no further debate.
I will call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Will it do a roll call on that?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed?
Palladino.
Favor.
Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed?
And Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Thank you, Mayor.
5-4, carried.
Next election, you're not gonna be mayor. I got memory.
All right. Moving along here to Resolution N51, Norbridge Senior Center Operating Grant. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative N51, Norbridge Senior Center Operating Grant, to provide for increasing operational expenses and decreased sources of revenue, with funding allocated as follows. From taxation 2023 through 2026, $75,000 each year. And if I could turn it over to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel and Deputy Mayor Parker. Open, maybe if we have an explanation come in from Acting Mayor.
Wrong button. Well, this is certainly an operating grant. Norbridge did see some reduction in services as well as funds throughout COVID. They do continue to explore provincial and federal operational funding for Senior Centre. However, the success rate has not been positive and not amounted to any secure funding or financial commitment over the past decade. Norbridge is requesting $75,000 operation funding for 23-26. The initiative is to address increasing operational expenses and decrease grant funding and other revenue streams. Seniors were noted in the 2019 CWSS Needs Assessment as one of the top 6 priorities in the city of Lethbridge. This initiative will help meet the growing demands of increased seniors in our community, reaching out to Norbridge to access our senior supports and services.
I do see questions on this. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I asked this previously, but I'll ask it again so I can remember. This was previously, I believe, one-time funding from the MRSR, and it's now being proposed to move to taxation. Can somebody give me a reason why that is? Because the original intent of this was to provide bridge funding. That was when Norbridge and LSCO originally came in front of council. The request was to provide one-time bridge funding while they worked to fill the gap, bridge the gap, I'll say. And I know LSCO then came to us and said, we've done the work, we're good. And Norbert said, we need some more time, so it was still one-time funding. I think it was only 3 years of it. And at one point it was even slowly reducing. So why is this, do we know why this is suddenly moved to taxation, and which means it's ongoing forever and ever?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson. So in this regard, you are correct. In the 2019 to 2022, it was a one-time funding of $75,000 per year. And I can't remember, and I'll look over at my peers here for a second, if there was also an additional piece as well. For 21 and 2022? No, there was not. So it was just in 2019 and 20. But in the presentation for Norbridge, they specifically asked if this could be ongoing funding. So they came forward to request this funding.
Thank you. That's my last question for now, but I may have an amendment.
Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, my questions were similar to Councillor Carlson's, but I also wanted to ask about the capital that Nordbridge has. I understand that they are leasing out portions of their building and may have other capital assets, and maybe it's more of a comment that even though I might be willing to support it as again, one-time funding until we get a better idea of what the future holds for them, because I do recall the bridge aspect of it, the taxation does concern me. So I don't know, Councillor Rempel, do you know anything about their capital assets and the sort of income they're deriving from them?
I do not, and I don't see...
Excuse me, I'm just going to pause here for a moment, and we're just going to have to... We're going to have to remove it. Sorry, we'll just take a quick break. I'm sorry. Just take a quick 5 minutes.
Mayor Higgin?
Yes.
Is that enough time to get banana bread?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Go back then.
Have a hoot.
All right, we will continue on with N51, Norbridge Senior Center Operating Grant, and my apologies to Acting Mayor as she's on her 50-meter sprint here. Clock started. No. There was a question. I'm sorry, Acting Mayor, I interrupted you. If you wanted to continue with.
No, I do see that we have Mr. Ng, though, from Norbridge Senior Center, who's here to entertain any questions that members of council might have. Mr. Ng, if you'd like to come take the mic, please.
I'm a little late. When you guys came back from recess after lunch and I came back from lunch, you guys were already down to N44, and I thought, oh, it takes me about 15 minutes to get here, and hopefully no speeding tickets. So my apologies for being late.
All right, Councillor Dodick, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, I had a question about what capital assets Norbridge has. I'm talking about specifically buildings and things of that nature.
So most recently, we do have 3 residential residence properties that we have on 12th Avenue that we have. Those have been purchased and they are noted in our financials now. And also the KFC building that was formerly there, that's been sitting vacant for the past close to 6 years. We're in the purchase of selling off that property to a business. It's gone through the subdivision purposes through the city of Lethbridge, and it's at land titles right now. So we'll be selling that to a private company, and they'll be running a business on that.
I guess another question I have, and it's Norbridge has been receiving funds on one-time allocation basis, even going back as far on council as back in 2000. I can't remember where it started. 2004, I was on council for it, but it was 2009. At that time, I recall it was essentially to be bridge funding, and that this was not going to be ongoing ask. So what has happened to make this basically an ongoing yearly funding request that has been funded by one-time allocations?
So that was the previous, my predecessor, Randy Smith, and the executive director at the time. We thought we had a good relationship with the then progressive conservative government, hoping that we would get one-time funding. And then to backtrack this, why the purchases of the properties that were behind our house, behind Norbridge, is back in 2001, after we moved into our facility, we experienced a huge amount of growth, and we looked ahead to do another business plan to see what were the possibilities. So I don't have the exact membership numbers of back then, but I do know when we moved in 2001, we experienced exponential growth from the Bill Kurgan Center. So the board back in 2003 kind of worked with the government to say, what could we do, what's the possibilities of how we could expand. So at the time, the government kind of leaned in, and the city council was aware of that as well. If the talks were, if we could purchase that 5 houses on that block of the houses, that the provincial government would help us purchase up the rest of the property, and we could expand the building and move to the south. So we continued on that venture. So back then, that was one of our main goals of how we wanted to kind of accommodate the baby boom generation. And as we know, the baby boom generation really hasn't hit until, it hasn't really hit us until now. Norbridge is experiencing, coming out of COVID here since January, we've experienced some huge numbers. As of my November numbers, our membership is at 1,452. And I know I toured around 2 new members that signed up this morning. So we should be close to 1,475 by the end of this year. So that's some numbers that we're experiencing. And these are the younger seniors. These are those baby boomers that are finally coming in. So that's now we're trying to Norbridge was trying to get ahead of the game by purchasing those properties to see if it was still a possibility, but then between 2009 and 2013, that baby boom generation just never came, and we held our membership numbers around that 12 to 1,300 members.
You looked into a crystal ball. What do you think your membership would look like in the end of 2026, for example? Go 4 years forward.
If I could we've kind of done some quick forecasting to say our membership is a lot. We're towing the line right now. Coming out of COVID, we're still seeing quite a bit of the older generations that are still utilizing programs. But this past fall, we've been able to eliminate. No, I shouldn't say been able to. We've eliminated some of the programs that the baby boom generation no longer want to participate in, and that's an activity called floor curling. If you have never seen floor curling, it was a huge activity when I first started back in 2007, where there would be close to 40 to 60 people participating in that activity, and now 10 years further along, 15 years, those people have since passed or are no longer with Norbridge. So those are the ones that the activities are no longer there. So we're really experiencing where the activities now are kind of the older activities. They're not the interests of the people. They're falling off. So we're regaining more space and time that we can offer newer programming. So to answer your question, Councillor Dodick, in 2026, I'm thinking that we're going to hopefully be able to brand ourselves as more of an activity-based center for these older adults, sorry. And when I say younger, older adults, I'm saying on average, we're seeing the membership come in around just a little over 70 years old. So, but backtrack about 5 years ago, our average age for our membership was close to the 77.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and apologies for everyone. During lunch, I got a bean sprout caught in my windpipe, and so I may be making a lot of hacking noises, so I apologize. So excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Ring, for coming down. I shouldn't have eaten so speedily. Councillor Dodick asked some of the questions I was wanting to explore, and you touched on others. Is the Norbridge Senior Center operation separate? Are there two different organizations because you own several buildings and there's revenue generated from those, you have tenants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are those two different sets of financials?
No, everything is included in our financials, so you'll see everything now. Prior to that, when the purchases were done, there was a separate number of companies that were made for the purchases, but they have now all been amalgamated into Norbridge's financials.
Thank you, because one of the questions I think I asked when this first came forward with your predecessor in 2008 or 9, pardon me, was around how do I explain to the community that council is giving taxpayer dollars to possibly a commercial venture because they have tenants, they have businesses, and that was something I've struggled with from day one. And so it would have been much cleaner if there was two different entities because I've always struggled with this, and I've got to just go on the record as I continue to struggle with it because once council provides the dollars, they're in your budget, which is a blend. There's insurance that covers this part, and so it could be it could be seen by some, or it's been told to me it's seen by some as council supporting a commercial enterprise. And how do I help me say, oh no, it's separate. They don't get cheaper rents, and they wouldn't get their insurance covered by that. And
so our tenants,
because
are you talking about our commercial tenants that are in our facility?
Any of that
You guys never take care of our
revenue generation that you do.
So all of our commercial tenants, there is no subsidy, and if you look at, I'll name the businesses. Medicine Shop is a big corporation. We have a Savers convenience store. And then we have 2 or 3 nonprofits that, definitely we offer the square footage of some of the nonprofits at a little cheaper rate first. And you have to know that we're only some of the two offices are 250 square feet. So not a huge amount.
5 foot long, 2 mat,
So
5 foot long.
sorry, my train of thought is, but so to answer your question, Councillor Carlson, there is none of this goes to supplement. Every rent dollar that we get, so on average, our commercial rental tenants, we receive about $9,000 per month from that, so about $108,000 annually. So all that dollars goes back to paying a lot of our overhead operating. Our parking lot, snow removal needs to be covered, you know, and triple net, we charge them out, utilities. So yeah, there's no money that goes to supplement any of their commercial rents.
And thank you for trying to help with that, but it's difficult when council just says, here it is, and there's no actually separation. So I thank you for that, but it's something I've struggled with for many years. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, and thank you. It's fortuitous that we had this little delay so you could be here. First of all, I want to say congratulate you for the successes you guys have had, and I'm glad you clarified that the commercial venture helps to pay for the services that you offer. And if anyone's ever been through that organization, they realize how many services you offer to the community. Obviously, you've had shortfalls, and the reason I like that it's in the taxation is it gives you folks certainty each and every year, especially in your fourth year of a council budget cycle, what you're going to be doing moving forward here. Is there a good reason why you've had this shortfall? Is bingo, casinos, that kind of stuff? Has that been a major cause as well?
Absolutely. So back in 2018, Councillor Parker, our gaming revenue was roughly $112,000. You fast forward to what we're projected, our revenue for gaming will probably be down to close to about $65,000 to $70,000 this year that we're going to see, and that's largely due to Winners Bingo coming out of COVID. They struggled a lot with getting patrons into gaming, so the pooling amount was really severely decreased, and our own in-house bingo was really depleted. So we weren't necessarily closed for 21 months of COVID, but operationally, there was, in the 21 months, we were restricted with not being able to host any of our events to full capacity, unable to do any of our fundraising, like Old Favorites, Mr. Carlson just left, because in 2017, 2016, and 2019, Old Favorites, the fundraising generated roughly, on average, $25,000 to our fundraising efforts each year. So without being able to do that for 2020, 2021, and 22, you know, there's $75,000 on average that we're missing in our fundraising.
And so you're not asking for any more money above and beyond because of inflation. You just would like to see the same funding you've had over the last few years. Am I correct?
Yes, the $75,000 has helped us stay above water, keep our heads above, and at sometimes it's kind of put our shoulders above water, but it is definitely going to be. Why don't we just have a quick little recess here, just so we can assess the situation here, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes. Does that sound fine? 10, 15? I'm going to ask the chair if we could have a 10 to 15 minute recess.
I'm sorry, Mr. Were you referring to Councillor Carlson as an old favorite?
Actually, we'll
Mr. City Manager, are you recommending that we have a recess?
Quick 5-minute recess. Oh, yeah. Thank you. thank you everyone for your patience. And I just want to mention this is a public meeting, and we can appreciate anybody who wants to come and participate in this democratic process. Unfortunately, if there's things that if there's no decorum kept, we do want to deal with that. And so my apologies to those that are participating and to council for that, but we will carry on.
Okay, so I'm still in my questions here, if I could.
You're still in your question. All right, Deputy Mayor.
David, thank you very much. And thank you for answering the questions regarding the casinos, funding shortage, and the $75,000. I just want to remind everyone, the $75,000 has been consistent. It hasn't been an increase over the years. So you'd be able to eat the inflation, all that kind of stuff. My next question for you is, if you didn't have the commercial revenue that you have, you'd be coming here asking for more. Am I correct? Or in need of more?
Pretty much, yes. I mean, the commercial revenue is in place to keep our facility running, which we own for ourselves and run for ourselves. So the whole facility is operated by us. So yeah, it really, that generates to supplement us to be able to run our building. A lot of people when we've talked about our strategic plan that's going to be coming up here fairly soon, is we thought about why not take out all the commercial rentals and recapture all these rooms for our own programming. Well, then how am I going to make up programming for $108,000 in commercial rent? Like, I'd have to charge, if we're going to do a evening dart program. Well, I'm going to charge a person $180 just to come and play a night of darts, just to kind of keep up with our commercial rent. So, yeah, very likely there might be a lot more dollars that we would be coming to ask for if there was no commercial rent.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Ng, for coming down and answering our questions. Can you outline for me what Norbridge's return to our community is?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. This is one of those returns that is the intangible. So as you highlighted in the CWSS, seniors were noted as being one of the priority populations. The return on the investment of your dollars is having an intangible part of seeing seniors in our community socially and actively engaged. You must backtrack to know that a large portion of our funding comes from FCSS, which is social preventative maintenance, but that doesn't allow us to do other type of recreational and fitness type programmings. So the return on investment of some of our programs and activities that is not funded through FCSS is the social engagement. You can't believe how many people were socially isolated in COVID. And then the realization of that after a lot of the mandates were lifted, we saw a huge amount of people coming that we've never seen. They've never been a part of any senior centers. So they're not coming from LSCO. They were just sitting at home. They weren't a part of any of the two senior centers, and they came straight to us. So the return on investment is, I would say, you're going to have a highly active, engaged seniors population that's going to be socially active, mentally fit, and just be able to participate in a lot of more of the programming that we have to offer.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. David, in terms of memberships, you indicated there's been a growth in the membership rate of late. What typically does a membership look like? What's the cost of a membership? And what percentage of revenues overall are attributed to memberships?
Thank you, Councillor Middleton-Hope. So with our membership, it's an annual membership that runs from January to December on the calendar year, and it's for $50 for the full year. Years prior, $50 pretty much got you access to every single program, card program, activity, fitness activity, and everything. But as costs increased and a lot of instructor fees came about, we had to, $50 just got you a membership, but then you got a member discount on a yoga class or to access this program. So $50 gets you through the door and it counts for our membership. So to answer your question about the membership, our membership fees will generate revenue for us about $61,000 this year, okay? And that's for the $50,000. Now, I'm also in the process each year. I also we hand out life memberships, and the group that really are the foundation blocks of Norbridge, they're the ones that started back in 2001, and they've been with us ever since, and they're hitting that 80 mark and 90 mark. So, and they've put in the volunteer time, the requirements of certain volunteer hours. They've made donations to Norbridge. So they've hit all the criteria. So I'll be handing out quite a few life members. So those are, an extra, probably 30 to 40 members that won't be paying memberships because they've earned that life membership. So that's a bit of a decrease as well. But also to backtrack again to your question about what the membership gets you now, it gets you through the door. We have implemented a lot more user fees that is required now. So with a membership to access our fitness room, you need to be a Norbridge member, and then you have a separate user fee to access the fitness room. To access our pool room, our billiards room, you have to access a user fee as well, but you also have to be a Norbridge member. So a lot of the membership, gets you through the door, support, and there's still some card programs and some activities that are still included in the membership, the base membership. But most of the external stuff, like extra stuff, will require some membership fees.
Thanks for that clarification. Have you engaged on, will you engage on a membership drive?
Really, right now, we haven't needed to because we're at almost full capacity. My front desk staff is pretty much touring new members on a weekly basis. We're about 10 to 15 new members every week that we're touring. And of those 10 to 15, we're getting about 4 to 8 signing up. So the membership drive really hasn't been needed because we're really exploring the opportunity. What we're exploring right now is we're getting close to capacity for our building. Our parking lot is ridiculously busy, and you can't find a parking spot. So we have people actually parking on the existing KFC's front lawn. Just to get closer to our building. So that isn't the real problematic portion for us, but we've also kind of thought about entertaining raising our membership fees, but we are already the highest, LSCO and Norbridge are the highest in the province right now. If you look at the they've just recently changed their name.
I know the Kirby Center, so yeah.
Yeah, Kirby Center and Edmonton, most of their annual memberships are between $25 and $35. You get up to Red Deer, the Golden Circle, they're about $35 a year. So Lethbridge, LSCO, and Norbridge were the highest in the province right now.
Okay. Just last question, per group memberships, so have you explored that to groups, like, as you know, one of the groups that I attend with on a regular basis, do they get a membership package or packaged rather?
We haven't explored that. So the group that you're speaking of, we're just very happy that they have chosen our facility to have their monthly meetings, and they're supporting us in our dining room. So we haven't required them to take out a membership, but definitely something we could look into because it definitely would, add a lot of support because I do know your group brings in about 25, if not more, every third Thursday, I believe.
Yep. No, so I think that's something that we could certainly explore, so I'll do that offline with you. And I look forward to Westbridge being opened up in the near future.
With that, I see no further questions. So actually, Deputy Mayor Parker to close. We had Acting Mayor to open, if you wouldn't mind, or open debate, I'm sorry.
I think that we really haven't had debate. I think Acting Mayor Schmidl just kind of introduced it a little bit, and there were some questions, and so...
Open debate, Councillor Parker.
I'll ask. Acting, I think we're still in questions.
I don't see Councillor Dodick in questions. Can you please click your button there, Councillor Dodick? Councillor Dodick?
I think Councillor Carlson wants to make an amendment, and I believe it's Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's resolution.
Yes, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you. It's co-sponsored. It doesn't matter.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Acting Deputy Mayor Parker.
Our twins.
Thank you. Just to keep it consistent with previous years and so it doesn't get embedded in a taxation pressure, I'd request that the funding source be the MRSR, so it's one-time dollars. If we, I'll make that as an amendment. You can decide if it's friendly or unfriendly or tepid.
The reason why I want it in taxation is it seems to be this is an ongoing concern for this organization, and they've tried to keep the funds to a certain, I don't want to get into debate, but I want to give the logic behind it. So I wanted to give, after speaking with their board, some certainty.
Not friendly.
So it's not friendly, so, but if you have a seconder, you're more.
I'll second it.
But I'm also not speaking on behalf of Councillor Rempel too, because it's kind of a weird one when you both have co-sponsors, so how do you feel?
I would take that as a friendly.
Okay, so out of fairness to my colleague, the sponsor, I'll accept that as well, so I won't have a challenge at all.
That was what I meant by tepid, so thank you.
For questions, I guess, to Mr. Matthews, I would have is, we've heard how many times, and I think you're till you're blue in the face, that MRSR is for one-time funding. How many years has this one-time funding come through for Norbridge? I'll put it this way, more than 4, 5, 6,
More than, I think more than 4 or 5
would be
well. So.
Many years.
Many years, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And as I had heard from my colleague here, Deputy Mayor, that this is for one-time funding, MRSR, and I see that this has been ongoing for many, many years, and so for that reason, I guess as a question, I don't know if I can support that, correct? so for questions, open it up for questions on the friendly amended resolution. I see none, so open debate. Councillor Parker, Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I understand the logic in regards to some of my colleagues wanting to make it out of the MRSR. So what I'm hearing from that is they do value the organization. They feel it's appropriate that we use this funding, even though it's coming to the MRSR, which is the surplus funds, but it's still taxpayer dollars. And so what I'm hearing from some of my colleagues who want the amendments, they still think that this funding should go to this organization. And I did talk to David about that before, and I said, we try, but if you don't get it, you'd be very happy. And I think you're very appreciative. Your organization's done an amazing job. Every dollar you put into this organization, probably tenfold. And I've known that firsthand since I've known this organization probably for over 20 years, going back to Mr. Smith's when he was there. And David, you've taken it to a new level in your staff and your volunteers. So I've never had any pushback in the community as well when we've passed these resolutions in regards to funding for Norbridge. So for that reason alone, and for the services you offer to our community, I'm going to introduce it at this time. So thank you.
I see no further debate. Now, this is on the amended.
Accepted as a friendly.
As a friendly.
As amended.
Okay. And if this does not pass, Madam City Clerk, does this not go back to the original, or since it's already in there as
Friendly, and it's been accepted by the movers, so it's
been
done.
accepted by the, okay. All right. Well, with that, I think it's, I will support this. Now, I'm supporting this because I don't want it to fail. I think it's important that this funding does go to this organization. I do believe that it should be continual through taxation, not through MRSR, which honestly is taxation. So for that reason, to not have it lost, as I strongly support this organization and the work that they do, I will support it. Councillor Dodick?
Yes, I will support it, but I just want to echo the concerns of Councillor Carlson. When you're effectively commingling funds, where you got some commercial revenue coming in, then you got membership revenue, it creates a potential difficulty because you don't know whether the city funds are being used to perhaps pay for insurance, which may be related to the commercial premises and things like that. So although I believe it is worthy, I think I appreciate it's a long-term one-time allocation, But I think it's important at this point in time that we support the group, but we support it in this particular fashion rather than through the taxation process. So yes, I'll support it.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Very similar to my colleague. I'm pleased to support this through the MRSR. We do this with many of our groups. We like to do it one time so that every 4 years they get to come back and make their case again. And I'll be honest, I also like to put a little heat to say, keep building those membership numbers, keep getting out there in the community and find a way to maybe lower this amount in future, which is why embedding it in ongoing taxation doesn't send the right message in my opinion. So thank you.
I would call on you to generate some interest for that Old Favorites fundraising, because that would greatly help us out.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I will be supporting this as well. We've heard that membership has reached 1,452 and is continuing to rise. And we know that spaces such as Norbridge improve the mental and physical well-being of our seniors, allowing them a place to connect. And our city sees experiences and our city sees and experiences positive economic growth and impacts when social inclusion is enhanced and increased with spaces such as Norbridge. Thank you very much.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this as well. And David, you can certainly include the 71 members of our organization who will be now becoming a member. We just have to work out the terms. So you've got another 71 members just signed up today.
Thank you, kindly.
I think actually Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel gets to close as well, so.
We'll actually start with you closing.
Well, I already opened, so I was going to allow her to close, so.
All right.
I feel like I've done that, so I will call the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. All right, I do have a motion from Councillor Dodick, sponsored by Councillor Dodick, Prairie Baseball Academy Fee for Service, N52. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N52, Prairie Baseball Academy Fee for Service, to provide for funding to supplement the increasing staffing and operational costs with funding allocated as follows. From taxation 2023, $3,830, 2024, $3,830, 2025, $3,830, and 2026, $3,830. Councillor Dodick to open.
Yes, as you can see, this is a very modest request from a well-known and respected member of our, or a fee-for-service member of our community. Reason for the request is staffing costs, supplies, fuel, and repair costs. I would ask for council support.
I see no questions. Take that as your opening and closing. Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That was a delay, correct? Councillor Crozan, you were in favor?
It's just a delay.
Thank you, Councillor Crozan. That was unanimous. Next, I have a motion that is sponsored by Councillor Dodick, N53, Southern Alberta Art Gallery Fee for Service. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N53, Southern Alberta Art Gallery Fee for Service, to stabilize their operations to hiring one programming-focused managerial role and provide additional wages with funding allocated as below. From taxation in 2023, $185,500. From 2024, $196,579. 2025, $207,990, and 2026, $219,744. To open, Councillor Dodick.
Yes, by the way of a little bit of background, it's contained in the information and the presentation, but you have to understand that there was one-time funding that was given to this organization in 2019, 2020, and 2021 in the amount of $76,000 and $68,400. So part of the request for the 23 through 26 includes these amounts to be continued, because at that time they were one-time funding. Now, in terms of the cost, this is a 0.0, do we have it on the, we don't have it yet. Okay. Just so people, folks understand, sometimes there seems to be a confusion between Allied Arts Council, CASA, and Southern Alberta Art Gallery, and they're absolutely two different organizations performing two different services, if I may use that. Southern Alberta Art Gallery is a world-class gallery promoting a platform for artistically excellent, interesting, and relevant contemporary art programming accessible to our residents and beyond. If you look at their presentation, you'll see how they've leveraged municipal investment in terms of for example, in 2021, they secured $517,000 from other levels of government and the private sector. So they're trying to collect as much money from other sources as they can. And they also note in their presentation how it increases the quality of life and livability in Lethbridge and drives tourism. And that's important to realize that people do come to that gallery because it does have international and national reputation. And it supports local businesses when they choose local vendors for operational and production costs. And basically, they build the city's profile nationally and internationally. Now, because I had indicated earlier that the one-time funding is built into the request, they want to be able, in essence, that is to maintain existing levels of services. So those costs of the $76,000 that I talked about in there are to make sure that they are maintained. So to that extent, it's not a new initiative. It's maintaining levels of service. Now, as I did in my debate on the Allied Arts Council and CASA Ask, a lot of the requested increase is to deal with the pressures of inflation, and I'll use their own words. And it says, failure to provide the requested increase could lead to continued staff attrition due to non-competitive, stagnating wages and a lack of operational resources to keep up with rising cost of living, which is in fact impacting them greatly and able to provide the services they are. The cost, as indicated, it's still not on the screen, but it is a 7 cents per month cost, and in terms of tax pressure, it's a 0.03%. Now, I appreciate that we've had many debates, we've had citizens talk about the arts and things of that nature, but you have to look at it holistically, because CASA and Allied Arts Council provide one artistic service. Southern Alberta Art Gallery provides another one. We've approved the Lethbridge Symphony, which provides something else. We have ongoing funding for the Yates that also provides another form of creative and artistic services for our communities. So this provides them options, and I think it's critically important that we continue to fund organizations like this. A lot of times we don't have difficulty funding sports and things like that. We build twin ice arenas, and I'm proud and happy to do that. We build other sports facilities, and I'm proud and will continue to do that. So I think this organization, who has a national and international reputation and needs the needs the initiative to continue the good work that they've been doing at what I consider to be a very reasonable cost. So let's keep Lethbridge on the provincial, national, and international map, and I would ask for council support.
Thank you. I do have questions. Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I do believe we do have a representative here, so I'm glad to hear through Councillor Dodick that you've done an amazing job exhausting efforts to get provincial funding, get the grants and all that. and I don't have the number in front of me here, what percentage of city funds your operation versus other, including like other being federal donations, grants, all that kind of stuff?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you all today, and for all your great deliberation. It's been really rigorous across the week. In terms of the question, our municipal funding currently makes up just shy of about a third of our overall public sector earned revenue and private sector funding.
Is that's to date, that's not including what would be here, am I correct, if these were approved?
Correct.
And the new funds, thank you for answering the questions. See, less is more when you answer the questions. Excellent job. This is new money above and beyond, right? And this is to help bring salaries up to more of a competitive, and also to help bring staff on board to make it a little more of attractive a place to work. Am I correct?
Partially, yes. So the reasoning, yes. It's not all new money. To Councillor Dodek's point, about 80,000 of that is from previous. That was included in the number that I just gave of percentage of our overall operating budget.
Thank you very much. Appreciate being present.
Thank you for having me.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. I just wanted to characterize and give you the opportunity to express what the meaning of, as Councillor Dodek indicated, this is critical. Critical implies adverse impact. If these funds are not provided to SAG, what kind of a negative impact can we expect?
I think many of my peers have spoken to this both earlier in September as well as throughout this week's deliberations. We are seeing attrition across the not-for-profit sector of really incredible employees because we aren't able to keep up with living wages, with wages that are even comparable to any of the other opportunities of employment they might be able to find in Lethbridge and the broader region. We're losing best-in-class employees to some really critical organizations, which means when they leave this sector, we can't perform and serve community to our best ability. And we also spoke to training and recruiting costs that are expensive, take up time and staff resources, and take us away from our mission on a day-to-day basis because turnover is expensive and time-intensive.
When you lose employees, are you losing them to the industry or are you losing them to other occupations?
Often other sectors.
Okay. In the profile, it provides an indication that you've had decreased funding from other sources, presumably grants and so forth. Are you actively going after and seeking out alternatives that can supplement some of the requests to the city?
Absolutely, and I think many of our organizations faced really critical hits to our earned revenues over the last few years due to the pandemic. And responding to that, we're looking at a bunch of dynamic ways to be able to recoup cost and rebuild our earned revenue structures. I think a major part of this work is a diversified revenue stream, and we just launched a new monthly giving campaign 2 weeks ago, Centennial Club. You can learn more about it on our website. But that's one opportunity to encourage our broader communities to support organizations like the Southern Alberta Art Gallery.
Good, thank you very much.
I do have a question. I just wanted some clarification. You had mentioned that you wanted to be able to provide a living wage. And it's fair to say that they're not at that $20 an hour. Staff is not at $20 an hour yet within Southern Alberta Art Gallery. They're below $20?
Some of our entry-level positions, absolutely. And our goal in terms of bringing folks up to that $20 an hour. We've begun that movement as of this year, knowing it's a critical step, but we still have some positions that certainly are seasonal or entry level that have not made it there yet.
So again, fair to say with this ask, that is to bring those ones, not others that are already at a living wage?
We absolutely, in our report, in our package, we put together we gave some information about an updated staffing chart, which included rising wages from the base up, really wanting to invest in folks that are not there yet at that living wage to make sure that they're making a living wage, but also our new organizational chart, knowing that we've lost a couple staff positions over the last few years, to make that as most efficient as possible, provide room for growth within the organization. There are a few middle management roles that also have increases as a part of that org chart.
There, and I noticed within, I could not find it, what percentage are below living wage, you would say?
I don't have an exact percentage offhand, but I would say it's around 10%.
10%. Okay, thank you. I see no further questions, so I'll open up to debate. Councillor Dodick?
Yes, my preamble was my opening debate.
Any further debate? Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Thank you very much. I'll be supporting this motion largely because I see the gains that the Southern Alberta Art Gallery is making in building those revenue streams. And certainly the initiatives that you've undertaken, the one you just introduced, it demonstrates that you recognize the importance of getting out into the community and bringing what Southern Alberta Art Gallery does out to the community and seeking that community support for what you're doing. I am hopeful that as you move through the next 4 years, you're going to see that community support come back. And when we come to next budget deliberations, you may very well be self-sufficient and finding other initiatives that you can use to even grow the organization more. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation a few months ago, and thank you for being here today. I will support this, and the reason being is this is part of the fabric of our community, the building itself, but when you have a building, you still need the appropriate and well-trained staff to run it. I can honestly say I don't go there very often. My kids don't go there very often, but it doesn't mean I don't value it. It's just that we're busy with other things, and that's what makes a community great. It's just a diverse community. And as I stated yesterday, places like CASA, the Allied Arts, they do amazing things in our community. And just because we don't do it, it doesn't mean it's valuable. And quite often we have our lens of what's important to us, and so we kind of cheerlead certain projects and all that. And so I'm going to get pushback from some of the people that support me in the community, like, well, you're supposed to be hawkish, Parker, you're supposed to be hawkish. But this is critical. Well, we should be careful I use the word critical, but this is essential infrastructure in our community. And just like it is a soccer center, just like a museum, just like other facilities, even a library, all that kind of stuff. So I will support this. I think your request isn't over the top. It's realistic. And I think each one of these boards do their due diligence and they bring forward something they need to get the job done to a level that the community expects. And so for that reason, I'll be more than happy to defend this decision in the community as well. So I will be supporting this.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'll add my support behind this. This is it is a facility that I do frequent, and I have since it was a library. That dates me quite a few years ago. I remember getting my first book on butterflies and moths out of the library. So I love the facility. I love the exhibitions. I love the vibrancy that the SAG brings to our downtown. It's part of our strategic goal, long-term goals for our downtown. I think the SAG contributes greatly to that. It's also part of our tourism strategy. As Councillor Dodick said, this is a not just a local, but a provincially and nationally recognized internationally recognized institution. So it has my full support, so thank you. Oh, and I'd like to add that I appreciate our fee-for-service folks have been doing a yeoman's work in trying to keep their costs down and find outside funding. I don't find these are gold-plated or platinum levels of service. This is just to provide what we have been providing ongoing, so thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I need another exhibit. Arts is alive and well, just like my daughter had her exhibit when she was in school. So it's really, for those who know what I'm talking about, it just brings a smile to your face. So I will support.
Point of order or clarification. My father actually was one of the founding starters of art.
I loved his art.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll have to add that to our centennial timeline.
I'll grab it later.
We also have a giant moth in the library right now by Jude Griebel. You should come check it out.
Councillor Middleton, no.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would suggest for Councillor Carlson, the word that he was looking for is lead level, not bronze, lead level. I can support this initiative. I think in part, I look at things from a different lens. You are actually the glue that has kept Galt Gardens together for many years. You are a reason to go to Galt Gardens. You are a location that has undergone a substantial amount of transformation of that entire area, and you have steadfastly continued to provide a superior product. So I certainly compliment you on that. I appreciate it, and you have my support.
Councillor Palladino.
Ditto and ditto and ditto and ditto. What they said.
And that's it. All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to step back a little bit and go to what Councillor Parker had mentioned. Although I don't attend SAG very often, I appreciate the work that is done there. I come from a family, and we're talking about diversity. I come from a family that is on each side of a spectrum, if we want to put everything from sports to art. It's a very diverse family I have, so I can only imagine what the community is like too. And so that work, and what was aforementioned here by my colleague about being down within Galt Gardens and some of the work that is done there, I do appreciate that. There's been, I'm sure, struggles over the years with operating with sometimes the environment that is there, but hopefully with the new downtown initiatives and stuff that is helping along the way. So I will support this. And to close, Councillor Dodick.
Yes, I want to thank all my council colleagues for the comments they made. I want to thank the presenters, for all of the fee-for-service presenters. I want to thank them for the presentations they made, the questions and the honest answers given, the responses that were asked of them in written form, which is part of the agenda package. And I would now call the question.
We're calling the question. We'll make sure I get over to see the big moth. So with that, all in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Next from Councillor Middleton Hope is sponsoring this resolution N54, Southern Alberta Ethnic Association Fee for Service. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N54, Southern Alberta Ethnic Association Fee for Service, to provide for an increase in funding for wages and operating costs, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation in 2023, $108,900, 2024, $113,010, 2025, $117,243, 2026, $121,603. And I turn it over to Council Middleton Hope to actually say this in Spanish, as I know one of his last events he attended there was a Spanish event. So I'm hoping he has learned the language since.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, nope, I guess not.
Well, I won't bore Mr. Sanchez with my Spanish, so I'll just leave it at that. I welcome this initiative. I think it's an important one. Anyone who has spent any time down at the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, attending Carafest, attending Dios de los Muertos, not bad, and a host of other activities that took place during the summer. I had the great pleasure of attending on a number of occasions with other council members and with family members. It's a great opportunity, I think, for citizens of Lethbridge to get out and experience our new immigrants that have come to town, diverse cultures, diverse foods, diverse experiences in terms of music. And it really is a well-run opportunity for us, I think, as citizens of Lethbridge, to gain an experience, a more worldly experience, and I fully support this initiative. Now I'd like to open it up for questions.
I do see Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. I don't think Ms. French is here or whoever, but I think Mr. Harper will help answer this question for me. So as he comes, Mr. Harper, I remember they had a request asking for additional staff in the last budget cycle, and I do believe that we did add another employee, and I know there isn't a real breakdown here. What exactly for this extra funds of 108, 113, is it just as an extra staffing person, or is it, can you explain exactly to us?
Yeah, the request, as you see it, is made up of the continuation of their one-time funding, plus a slight addition to that to reflect increases in operating costs.
Okay, so we were giving this to them before, this amount. This is just going to continue keeping it.
Continuation of their one-time allocations that they received.
And this is
plus a little bit more.
Perfect. So it's not above and beyond. And I think that's important to be clarified, because some of these other ones, for example, the one we just did with the art gallery, well, with the exception of some of the decrease that went back up, that was above and beyond. This one is just keeping what they had with a bit of inflation in there for salaries and all that.
And just to add a little more context to that, to the request, Councillor Parker, Ms. French is not able to be here because she actually is not employed with say any longer. She left that position. So they're without an executive director right now. So, it just speaks more to the difficulty in these groups trying to retain staff.
Thank you, Mr. Harper, for being present to answer the questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I see no further questions. So Councillor Middleton Hope, to open debate.
I think it speaks for itself. The information is contained within the package. I look forward to my council colleagues' support, and I open it up to debate for others.
All right. I see there's
We're
no
opening it up
further
twice now.
debate.
Twice.
You've opened it up, and you can close it now.
Apparently that was closed with those comments.
All right. With that, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
It was barely unanimous.
It was unanimous, correct? Oh, okay.
You didn't get scared because your vote didn't count.
Yeah.
He wasn't that worried. He had an arthritic arm moving up there.
Moved by, I have the next resolution sponsored by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, South Carol Operating Grant N55. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N55 South Carol Operating Grant to provide for the membership fee with funding allocated as follows from 2023 to 2026 from taxation $10,000. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. South Grow Regional Initiative is a member-driven nonprofit regional economic development alliance down here in southern Alberta. For the past number of years, we have held a partial membership of $7,500. Bumping this up to the $10,000 per year allows us an opportunity to fully act as a full voting member and actively participate in regional economic projects and have a say in those projects.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just a couple quick questions. This is called an operating grant. Should it not be called a membership fee? I just kind of confused me.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, it is a membership. However, we don't really have a membership category, so we have it as under grant. Maybe it's the simplest way to put it.
Okay, thank you, because that was confusing to me. And are we currently paying membership fees, or is this all brand new?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, no, we have been paying membership fees, and we've been paying them each year as a one-time. Last time it was around, it was a one-time allocation of $7,500 per year from 2019 to 2022.
Okay, thank you. I may make a friendly amendment, I may propose an amendment, and we can see if it's friendly or if I'll declare, I'll proclaim an amendment, and only out of parity and equity to Norbridge, who came forward earlier. I'd like to put this as a one-time funding. It encourages the South Grow to come back at the end of this budget cycle and present the case and show us why continued membership is important. So I'd make that as an amendment and see if there's any support or merit.
Right, that would take, as you're saying, that would be considered a friendly if it is considered.
And you know what? And I would accept that as a friendly amendment, largely because we are moving from that $75 partial membership to
$75?
7,500. Yeah, the $75. I would certainly accept that, just because we are moving from that 7,500 to a full membership of $10,000. This is the first time we've done that, and then it would absolutely allow Mr. Casarella, who I see is online, to present back to us as to what our membership fees have achieved over those 4 years. So certainly I would accept that as a friendly.
Thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
I think we got the clarification. We're asking for $3,500 increase. Is that correct? Thank
Yes.
20,
you. Yeah, thanks.
2,500. Is my math right? 2,500 from
2,500. 25. So
2,500
we
to
saved
10,000.
you $1,000.
All right. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. One final question. What is membership gets us participation on South Grove? Who do we appoint? Sure. I guess I was just wondering on that, because for me, the real connection, I believe in my mind, between this organization should probably be Economic Development Lethbridge, who is our economic development. Okay.
Yep, Mr. Casarella is online if we would like to direct some of those questions towards him.
Sure. Yeah, I think when I asked this, hi Mr. Casarella, when I asked this in meeting, you prefer having a mayor or councillor as part of your organization. Is there any, and I think I said, well, how about the mayor of Sterling? And so but is there, do we have to appoint a member from our council, or can we make an outside appointment?
The regulations in our Articles of Association basically ask that our member municipalities appoint a representative to vote on their behalf. The Board of South Grove does dispense with fairly large amounts of taxpayer money. The representatives are typically members of council from across the region. They have not always been members of council. We do appreciate having the direct communication line back to councils for our member municipalities, mostly because a lot of what we deal with does pertain to that intergovernmental collaboration piece, and often pertains to communications with other levels of government, the province and the federal government.
Thank you for that.
No further questions. Acting Mayor, to open debate.
So this gives us an opportunity for full participation in a regional economic development group. One of our priorities in our action plan was to participate in regional initiatives, and this, we know that what benefits the region certainly can benefit us. So I would ask for council support on this.
Further debate? I will not be supporting this. The reason I won't be supporting this is we have an economic development branch right now that is arm's length to our community, which does stay in communication on a regular basis with South Grove, and they're two different groups. So I believe that our economic development Lethbridge would be able to do the work that is required and bring that information back to us. For that, I will not be supporting. Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And even though I can understand the wisdom of approving this, I'm looking at past history, and Mayor Higgin, you've been part of this for a while, and if you believe that it's not of value at this point, I won't be supporting as well.
Anyone else for debate? Seeing none, back to Acting Mayor.
I have nothing further. I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? We have to do a roll call.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick. Opposed. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
And Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
4 to 5, that's lost.
Moving along. have a resolution that is sponsored by Councillor Dodick, Tourism, Lethbridge, Sport and Meeting Development, N56. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N56, Tourism, Lethbridge, Sport and Meeting Development, to provide for a marketing plan and sales strategy to connect with potential event planners, as well as to promote Lethbridge as a destination with funding allocated as follows. From MRSR one-time allocation, from 2023, 46,500, from 2024, 26,500, and 2025, 21,500, 2026, $0. Councillor Dodick?
I would open it up for questions, but before I do that, I just want to give a little bit of a preamble that there's actually 5 initiatives that Tourism Lethbridge has requested, 2 of which are from one-time allocations from MRSR, and 3 of them are taxation supported. In terms of the costs that are being requested, I'll adjust the tax-supported ones. For example, N57 is less than 1% per month ask. N58 is a 1% per month ask, and N60 is a 1% per month ask. Do you have questions?
I do. I see Deputy Mayor Parker has a question. Oh, he's in for...
No, Councillor Dodick, you brought up in your preamble, so thank you.
All right. Councillor Middleton Hope does have a question.
Thank you. These 5 initiatives, as I see it, constitute about $151,000. Is that correct? If we were to omnibus them or on-the-bus them?
Some of which are ongoing and 2 of which are not.
Yeah.
But in terms of the actual numbers, so 25, 30, 80, 120.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Just saying. So what we're asking for here is $151,000 in...
Some of which, yes.
Ongoing.
Not all ongoing.
Okay. Looks like it's ongoing. Most of it is ongoing for at least a couple of years. Yep.
I mean, I'd entertain if you wanted to do it omnibus.
It would save some time, but...
Okay. Well, what I would suggest is, it doesn't look like you want to do it omnibus.
If anyone else wants to do them, I would just be breaking each one out individually, but...
Then, okay.
I think, Councillor Dodick, if we listen to the presentation, whatever that happens to be, or the argument in regards to all 5, I'd certainly be in favor of that. Maybe we can move this along a little bit. And at the end of the day, are you comfortable with ultimately a vote on all 5 as one?
Well, if that was to put them all individually, I would be still...
I think I'm getting the sense that
you know what? No,
some,
you can do that. That's
some
fine.
councillors may support one initiative.
I'm okay with that.
Okay with doing it as one?
Sure.
Hey, I heard that. You know what? Maybe we should do it each one separately. You know, I mean, otherwise you get into a bit of a situation where some may support one initiative and someone may support others. Okay.
So still continue with N56.
Okay, well, I'll do a little bit of a preamble.
Is there anyone present to speak to any of these?
I believe so. Yeah, they're here, if anyone has questions. Okay, so tourism seems to be a confusing subject for many people in terms of what Tourism Lethbridge does. So if you'll bear with me, Tourism Lethbridge is a DMO that is meant to encompass all sectors, destination marketing organization, destination management organization. Before Tourism Lethbridge, organizations such as the Lethbridge Sports Council, the Allied Arts Council, and others were working independently on tourism, which clearly wasn't an efficient way to operate. And Tourism Lethbridge is not too dissimilar to how Travel Alberta works, which is a provincial tourist group of which I was a member of once. And their job was to basically advocate on behalf of everyone to promote tourism, whether it was staycations or overnight stays or sporting events and things of that nature. And Tourism Lethbridge does exactly the same thing, or mostly the same thing, but of course emphasizing Lethbridge. And they work well with the organizations such as I've mentioned, Sports Council and the Allied Arts Council. Well, Sports Council is here, they put their hand up, so. It's axiomatic that for a DMO to be effective and support and grow tourism, it must serve all sectors. And that is to benefit tourism writ large in Lethbridge and not any particular group. And the reason I mentioned that was because in a presentation of a group representing a single sector of tourism, they suggested because a lot of funds were being used by Tourism Lethbridge to deal with for employees, that somehow that was disqualifying in terms of being a DMO. But the reality is tourism advocacy relies on people. It's based on human resources. Most organizations, the bulk of their costs are the human resources, the wages they pay out. So suggesting that because Tourism Lethbridge pays a lot in salary, that simply means that they are investing in human resources to advocate on behalf of the various groups that need their assistance in marketing Lethbridge as a destination. So they don't require significant infrastructure, but they require human resources. They need staff that are able to do the work that is necessary to advocate on behalf of Lethbridge as far as tourism. I'm going to quote something from, we received an email and the quote sort of resonated with me. It says, "To understand tourism is to understand that it is more than just visitors to a place. It is about improving experiences for all, developing and supporting events, improving the quality of life for Lethbridge, and showcasing community spirit." So now I'll go into the initiative we're talking about today, which is N56. It's a one-time MRSR allocation of $46,500 in 2023 and going down in succeeding years. And as you can see, it's to implement a campaign for Lethbridge as a destination to host meeting and sports events, and goes and allows Lethbridge to compete with other destinations for meetings and events that bring economic growth to the city. And that seems to be particularly something that we should be looking at quite closely now that we're going to have the Lethbridge Exhibition site coming online. And of course, Lethbridge Exhibition clearly would like to have as many conventions there as possible. So this initiative, which I believe to be fairly modest as a one-time allocation, would assist. Not only that, but I'm using that as an example. So I would ask for council support with respect to this initiative.
Acting Mayor?
So this is a question perhaps to the city manager or his designate. Back in the spring, we contracted Honeycomb Solutions to do a regional economic development activities and opportunities study with focus on destination management and tourism. I'm curious as to where that's at, because I would really like to see that study before I commit to any decisions on some of the proposals we have here. Certainly I recognize the value in it, but we have a study that's outstanding that we have not gotten the results back yet.
Through the chair to Councillor Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Thank you for the question, and yes, that work is well underway. There is a draft document that has been produced and it's being reviewed by stakeholders as we speak. The expectation is that that will be ready near the end of the year, and in fact, I believe we are on the economic SPC agenda for December 21st.
So would it be fair to say then perhaps the approval of this would be contingent on what we see in that study? Because it could very well be that this study results in not hitting the mark on some of these.
Through the chair, I would say that's the purview of council, of economic SPC.
Members of council have any thoughts on that?
That's a great point. Would you think of this, what would be a strategy that you'd put going forward if you didn't?
I'm just wondering if, so yesterday with the Lethbridge Public Library, when we were waiting for their grant to come in, we made that funding contingent, the MSR funding contingent upon what the results of that grant was. I'm wondering if we can't do the same with this, is make this, this funding contingent upon what the results of that study are. Just because I would really like to see that study first.
So the word's conditional. So if they're saying the report comes before the end of December, it's conditional on that report. So we then have to make a decision whether, so if that report doesn't change our minds, then this funding would go forward.
Yeah, exactly. So what we did, like, such as what we did with the library yesterday.
Out of curiosity, is that with respect to any of the other initiatives, or is that specific to N56?
Specific to N56, N57, N50, and I would say N59. And it's not, no, because that leaves out N60 and N58. I think that we can discuss those separately. I just having that report outstanding, I feel like I want that information in front of me first to make sure, and I certainly trust the work that the folks at Tourism Lethbridge are doing. I really just want to see that report first because we did commission that report specifically for these sorts of purposes.
And I can add a little to that. I understand where Acting Mayor is coming from, because a question that I was going to have for Ms. Crane, but this could be a way to deal with it, is I see this particular one, N56, and I see that it is for sport and meeting development. So a lot of that does include lodging, I would say. And my concern is if that includes lodging and we can't come to some resolution, I would hate to put dollars into something and not have a resolution, you know, as far as working around those possible concerns. And so if this was put off a little later, I may be understanding. I would have a hard time supporting it at this time. So I just want to see if that is something that is going to be a amendment. Acting Mayor, you wanted to put an amendment to this?
Yeah, so much like we did with the library yesterday, asking them for the timelines on their grant funding, we could make this funding contingent upon the results of the Honeycomb Solutions study.
What result, my question would be, what result would you be looking for that would be contingent on?
Well, and it would be confirmation that the road that Tourism Lethbridge is going down is that right road, because the study was with regards to regional economic development activities and opportunities specifically related to destination management.
Right.
So just
it was a tourism study.
So, Councillor Rempel, give me the numbers again. So you're thinking 56, 57, and 59?
56, 57, and 59.
Okay, so just you want the report.
I'd like to see the report to make sure it confirms what we're looking at here.
So are you saying vote on these as conditional, and then sort of we only pull the trigger if, in fact, the report satisfies the majority of council?
And relates to what we see, yes, yeah.
56, 57, and 59.
Yes, please. Why not 58? Because I think talking about event grant management is something that we should talk about separately. We talked about having other organizations administer our grants yesterday, and this is perhaps something that might be a different resolution. I can't, if somebody can refresh my memory from yesterday, we did direct our administration to go out and take a look at looking at other groups to administer our grants. So I think this would be conditional upon different research that our administrative team did.
So
This 56, 57, and 59, I can see as being specifically related to the study that we commissioned at the beginning of this year. 58, the event grant, would be conditional upon discussions that we had yesterday, because we had separate discussions, and the grant administration would not be related to a tourism study.
Right, so all 4 of them would go, but 3 of them in one package and 1 in another. Oh,
That's what I was thinking, but
there's the confusion of the omnibus, Councillor Dodick, as I was mentioning. So that's now. So is that you want to get that verbiage? You know what? I think we're going to take a quick recess, and we can get the wording and the verbiage for what that amendment would look like.
Could we not? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I was just going to say, before we take a break, there's been a number of undercurrents going on over here. I'm wondering if anyone from administration or from Tourism Lethbridge needs to speak to this.
That would be any questions.
That may influence the outcome.
Well, that would be if someone has a question, you could ask them. But I got the acting mayor.
Can you please share with us what you were talking about and what your interests are?
Sure, thank you very much. Erin Crane, I'm the CEO for Tourism Lethbridge. We were just discussing the regional economic development and tourism strategy that was completed by Honeycomb Solutions. We have, I hope it's fair of me to say, that we have seen a draft of that, and it will be coming to you. And a lot of these things are, in our opinion, directly aligned to that. And I know that is tough for you all to hear because you haven't seen it yet. But again, we don't want this to deter any of these or, you know, what you'll hear tomorrow from Economic Development Lethbridge as well. The strategy ourselves from Tourism Lethbridge, the Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Lethbridge, as well as the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center were part of the steering committee that led a lot of those discussions and brought in the stakeholders. So we were very active in all of the outreach and the engagement that was done. So again, we are confident that, you know, those conversations held in those meetings, you know, are representative of the plans that we're putting forward. I don't know if Opportunity Lethbridge, my colleagues, Ms. Lovac or Mr. Elliott, have anything to add to that.
I may just add that as it relates to the draft of the study, it is aspirational, it is directional, or sorry, it is visionary. It's not likely to provide council a lot of direction, but it would be an opportunity to check in to make sure the vision is aligned with where the initiatives are headed.
So with that, Acting Mayor, is there a...
No, I have no further questions. It's just that well, actually, the only statement I would say is that if we go ahead and approve these today and we get a destination management study that we funded back in April and the recommendations don't align, then why did we bother doing the study?
Would you like to make are you just, that's a question, or
That's just a general statement on that. And like I said, I would really like to see that study before we moved forward with these. I'm certainly happy to put the conditional part on this, but I would really like to see that study first. And I'd actually hoped we would have had that study before we went into budget deliberations, but that wasn't possible.
Right, Councillor Campbell?
Since Ms. Crane is here, just can I ask your thoughts on, you know, we're delaying this, what kind of an impact is that going to have on as we move forward?
City Council, you know, does have your strategic plan about economic growth. And again, when we came and we presented these new initiatives back in late September, you know, we did talk about the ongoing work that we're doing with the with the funding that we do receive from you, that $630,000 a year. These are in addition to that to help City Council achieve those goals of creating more economic impact. And especially for some of these new initiatives like the sport and meeting development, we do have an opportunity right now to capture that and move things forward. We are working with our partners at Lethbridge Sport Council, and you'll see that the way we've designed a lot of these asks is to reduce the portion that City Council actually provides and to partner up with more industry, more government programs to reduce the cost to the city. And, we have, said, we're asking for a specific amount in 2023 and then fewer amounts for the following years.
So if we were to delay this decision today, would that have an impact, or can you hang on for a bit?
We will continue to do the work that we are already doing, but this will affect the growth that we may see and more events coming into our community, which again, when we did the Tim Hortons Breyer economic impact study, we did see that those economic impacts were great for those events. And so that's what we won't be seeing if these are not approved.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm struggling a bit with what we're discussing here because I see the benefit in these. I know they've been a long-term initiative for the community before we even had Tourism Lethbridge. We know that attracting meetings and sporting events is exactly what tourism is. So I would be hugely shocked if there was a report saying, no, you don't ever want to attract meetings and sports to your community for tourism. So I'm just a little surprised there. But I do have a question. And what is it? The honeycomb, honeywell, honey... what is it? Honeydew?
Honeycomb.
What exactly is it called again?
It's the Regional Economic Development and Tourism Strategy.
And so is it just specific to tourism, or is it about economic development? Because I'm wondering if we can save ourselves some time tomorrow if this is the route we're going to go and say, oh, we've got economic development coming tomorrow. Let's wait till we get this study in and we can have a morning off. But personally, I think that these strategies have been put forward and thought has been put into these by our community groups like Tourism Lethbridge, like Economic Development. And Sports Council has had the input and our tourism partners. I think we can debate the merits on them as it is, but that's just my thought. Thank you.
With that, as I don't see anybody wanting to amend this resolution, we're going to move forward then, I suppose, on it. And unless there's nobody. Are you planning on putting in amendment?
I would certainly ask that we amend this, that the funding is conditional upon results of that study. It could be that that study is exactly and confirms exactly what these say, and that's fine. But if we are going to move forward ignoring a study that we asked back in April, my question is, why did we bother to ask having that study done back in April?
Seconded. If it's not a friendly, I think it's too much of a change to be a friendly, I would suggest, and so there would need a seconder, which Councillor Parker, or Deputy Mayor Parker. So with that, if we can put up the...
Mayor Hagan, if I may, conditional is not a word we have in a motion usually. Do you want to maybe postpone? And I would look to City Treasurer as well. Postpone until the review, or I'll let...
My question was, we did this with the library yesterday because we were waiting for their grant funding, and that was part of the motion yesterday. What was the library's motion, if we could bring that up? That was with regards, was it tabled? But what was the language you used in yesterday's library motion?
John was in the chair, so he was just making stuff up.
Councillor Middleton, do you have a question regarding this?
Not really a question, just a support of Councillor, I guess it's Acting Jen Schmidt-Rentwell's motion. I agree with it. Why would we commission a study and not do anything with it? So if we need to postpone this until we have an opportunity to review the study, that's prudent. And I appreciate her leadership on this.
Right, so we're going to get that information. Do we want to just, I mean, capture this and craft this resolution
Can
here?
you hang tight just for a second? What I want to understand is you want to do this for 56, 57, and 59. I don't want to get into...
And we can start...
Not 60, because 60 is for wages.
Yeah, not 60. This is 56, 57, and 59.
I thought 61, someone said 61, no?
Not 61.
Yeah, not 61, that's totally different.
57, 56, 57, and 59.
No, I believe she has, Councillor Schmidt-Ramble has a similar request with 58, but awaiting something else.
Well, I just want us to have that discussion, or I just think it's a different discussion because we discussed having, yesterday on a couple different occasions, we discussed actually having other groups do event grant management. And I think we can tie those discussions all together.
But basically you're asking not to have a vote on 58 either.
No, we can talk and vote about 58. I'm just suggesting that I would like to see 56, 57, and 59. If we're going to discuss those individually, that's fine. I would just like to see us hold that.
Oh, I got that. That part I got.
So we do have, I believe, being crafted up for the amendment, which was seconded by Deputy Mayor. So let's go through that process of getting that up if we've captured it. Mr. Westerson? Okay, actually, just take just a 3-4 minute break if we could. Right?
It's part of it. I think this is a, I don't know why it was even a commission, because there was a big promotion.
All right. My colleagues, I know this is a much different week, but we don't see this that often. Matter of fact, every 4 years. So this is positive that we need to make sure that we are doing our due diligence here as being the steward of taxpayers' dollars. So thank you very much, everyone, for your patience on this. I do have the resolution now. I'm going to read it. It's going to be up on the screen. It's moved by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, seconded by Deputy Mayor Parker. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiatives N56, Tourism Lethbridge, Sport and Meeting Development, N57, Tourism Lethbridge, Airport Marketing for Tourism, and N59, Tourism Lethbridge, Digital Media Library, with below funding allocated conditionally upon the report of the Regional Economic Development and Tourism Strategy to City Council through the December 21st, 2022 Economic Standing Policy Committee. N56 MRSR one-time allocation 46,500 in 2023, 26,500 in 2024, 21,500 in 2025, and $0 in 2026. N57 with MRSR one-time allocation of $15,000 in 2023, 10,000 in 2024, 5,000 in 2025, and 5,000 in 2026. And N59 MRSR one-time allocation in 2023 of 20,000, 2024 of 20,000, 2025, and 2026 of $0. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure how much more there is to say around this, other than we did commission a study back in the spring with regards to the Regional Economic Development study with regards to activities with a destination management focus. So for that reason, I would just like to see that study first. It is supposed to be coming forward to us on December 21st. At that time, we could call this organization back to answer questions with regards to these initiatives and decide on final funding then, unless, of course, when we look at that study, we do not see alignment. And even then, we would be able to have this organization come back, answer questions, and perhaps discuss these initiatives in a different light. With that, if there are any questions.
Questions, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you for that. I appreciate the discussion on this. I'm just curious, pardon me, because it is an economic development study and tourism, if it's appropriate to do the same with initiatives N39 to N43, which are the economic development initiatives, which are all one-time initiatives as well. And so when the study comes back in December, have both tourism and economic development Lethbridge be here at that time to discuss them as a group.
And I don't see why not. Oh,
39 to 43.
So as if you're taking that as a friendly then, Acting Mayor?
Do we not have to discuss those separately, or would we just add that?
I was making the amendment to add it to this resolution.
I think we should separate out the two groups because the two groups are not the same.
But it's up, obviously, to you if you want to.
But I need the votes to do it, so I'll do it separately.
It wasn't a friendly, and if it was seconded, you want to withdraw that?
Sure.
All right, for now, obviously. Okay, so we're on here continuing with questions. I do have a question. I see this report that is conditional upon the report of the Regional Economic Development and Tourism Strategy. That report to our administration, when can we have that report in our hands?
I guess there is.
Mr. Mayor, the report, as I mentioned, is currently with stakeholders being reviewed for feedback. We will endeavor to have that feedback as soon as possible and have it back in council's hands as soon as possible, appreciating that the deadline for submission for the December 21st SPC is quickly approaching. So I would suggest that we would have that. I can't give you a specific date because it's a bit of a function of the availability of stakeholders to provide their feedback.
Now, without that feedback, there's a document there that was commissioned, obviously, by council here, and it's paid for by council back in, was it April?
Yeah, it was March, April.
March or April. Could we not have without the feedback? So when the feedback comes, we can see the two different documents. Is that okay?
council can do anything council wishes. We can provide that information. The challenge is that normal process would suggest that those that participated in the development of the document should have a chance to offer feedback in the draft version of it. And typically we would provide council with the finished product and not a unfinished product. But
so the report was completed and now you're just getting feedback on the report. So
correct.
Could we not give the feedback council as well? I think you told we can if we'd like feedback on the original as well as the other stakeholders. Is that, it's, Councillor Carlson?
Was council not a stakeholder?
I would hope we were a stakeholder.
There were a number of open house workshops to which council was invited. I'm not sure if council participated.
But the question I think is, are we a stakeholder in this document?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Higgin. When we commissioned Honeycomb to do the study for us, we developed a steering committee that was comprised of our team at Opportunity Lethbridge, Economic Development Lethbridge, Tourism Lethbridge, the Chamber, and Exhibition Park. And so that was the steering committee. So the draft document that is done now is with the steering committee being reviewed to make sure that, you know, everything is there. And I think we're at maybe a 90% or 80% draft. And so hopefully if there's any feedback that would come, our intent was to make any last minute changes or additions to the document and then present it to City Council.
And you would at that time get additional feedback, being that I would hope that we are a stakeholder within this.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I'm going to repeat myself again. We, in light of what we're seeing here, being a stakeholder, could we not give our feedback from the first document as everybody else is currently doing that as well, that are sitting on this committee? Is that not fair?
Yeah, we could absolutely send it to you. I think the consideration was to give you more of a final product so you're not having to review quite a lengthy document multiple times, but we can very happily send it along.
Councillor Dodek?
Can we tell them that we need feedback no later than December 10?
What is the date timeline right now that you have? Do you have a deadline for them to reply, these others?
So the next stage here after this week was to work with the stakeholders to set up a meeting, hopefully next week, towards the end of next week, to go over their feedback and then work with our consultant to make any changes.
Right.
My question still stands. Can we not put a specific date for them to put the feedback?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, do you have a date?
That's December 15.
Right? Well, we're looking up his date. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I guess I'm less inclined to support these amendments now that I hear the stakeholders. The stakeholders are in the room, some of them. Most of them, it looks like they had input into these recommendations for the Tourism Lethbridge initiatives. So my gut feeling is they're going to be very similar to what the report is coming forward. So I just don't get it.
Is that a yes question?
Oh, would you not agree?
All right. Councillor Palladino?
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this. I think the city is the client, if you will, in this. We're waiting for a report from Honeycomb. We don't necessarily have to be a stakeholder. I think the stakeholders have been identified. So we're actually waiting for a report to come back to us. So we're a client, basically, of Honeycomb's. Are we not?
Yeah, we would be. We have the agreement with Honeycomb to commission the study, and they're doing that work for us. So we are their client.
All right, no further questions. I'll turn the time over to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel to open debate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my colleagues for allowing me to bring this forward. I do believe that if we have a study commissioned, we are responsible to look at it, and we do need to take that opportunity, take a look through it, have Tourism Lethbridge come back to speak to it on December 21st, and then evaluate and make our decisions from there. With that, I would ask for the rest of Council's support.
Councillor Palladino. Oh, left it on. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I guess as this unfolded, I just kept hearing about the stakeholders and the strategies and the thoughts, and I think that's probably what developed these initiatives. So I won't be supporting this at this time because I think they're presented. They're probably going to align with the stakeholders' thoughts, and so I think they could be debated on the merits of what's been presented. Thank you.
I see no further debate, so to close. Oh, on the amendment. Well, no, it's not an amendment because it was moved prior. This is changed. This is actually the resolution. Yeah.
I have nothing further to say on this. I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Well, actually, do you want to take a roll call on that? I know that, yeah, take a roll call.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Favor.
Councillor Palladino.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Mayor Parker. Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
And Councillor Croson.
In favor.
7-2. Carried.
All right.
Good.
Because I was like,
oh, Jesus.
And I wanted to make, and then we wouldn't have had to do a roll call.
That is, what is that? That is really gross, whatever that is.
Madam Clerk, I would change my vote on that and delete my debate.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I don't know if it's possible to do a motion arising right now, but on my earlier discussion that if we, the stakeholders were Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge were the stakeholders in this report that's coming forward. I think if we're treating one group one way, we need to treat the other group the other way. So I'd say the same thing, that if we could do the same postponement upon completion of this report from numbers 30, I think it's 39 through 43.
I'm sorry, you opposed it. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just making this resolution because we had postponed them till tomorrow, but now it looks like we're postponing them all to, or we could postpone them all if this amendment passes to the 21st when we have this report.
Motion arising, and that is for N39, N40, 41, 42, and 43. So N39 to 43. It's moved by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. If you take that as a friendly, pretty.
No, it's moved. It's a motion arising from.
Motion. Oh, I'm sorry. That we. Okay.
If we could do it that way,
N39, City Clerk.
Well, thinking through this, I think it would be like a revised motion, although it really hasn't been sponsored yet because it hasn't been on the floor yet.
It's not on the floor yet.
So it would be like a revised motion for those 5 that you're going to do the same thing that we just did previously.
So when we come to N39, then at that
I think,
time, or is
I think
this
we're doing
right
it now.
Okay.
just so that we don't have to, we've already got the copy and paste ability. We've had the discussion.
All right.
So we did postpone that to 9:30 tomorrow,
This
so we
was-
should bring it forward.
The Group Economic Development Lethbridge is preparing for 9:30 tomorrow morning. I suppose if they get an email that this has been postponed and that's okay. I'm just looking for my colleagues. Is there any concern with just bringing this forward? Because I think Councillor Carlson does have a motion arising. So with that, then we will move N39. Madam City Clerk, I'll have to look to you for this. Move N39 to 43 now, and at that time, move this forward to take care of at this
So
point these
we're going to
initiatives.
bring forward right
Forward.
now. We'll do
All
a
right.
motion.
Thank you.
If everybody agrees to bring this one forward. Just one
Is there any opposition to moving this forward, N49 to N43? What about N44? Is there an N44? What?
No, 43.
43. It only goes-
44 is environment, Lethbridge.
44 is environment, Lethbridge.
All have to do with.
Do you want to do that one too, John? No, I'm just kidding. All right, so with that, 39 to 43, we are moving those forward at this time. So prior to taking on N58 that we have not read as of yet, we'll start off with, I think, a copy paste, I think, of what we've had before. Brian, and oh, wow, I have it right here. All right, so I do have a resolution. Hopefully this is all right with yourself, Councillor Carlson. As I read it, to be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include N39 Economic Development Lethbridge Agri-Food Cluster Ignition, N40 Economic Development Lethbridge Supply Chain and Logistics Cluster Ignition, N41 Economic Development Lethbridge Creative Industries Cluster Ignition, N42 Economic Development Lethbridge Market Intelligence, N43 Economic Development Lethbridge Operational Excellence, with the below funding allocated conditionally upon the report of the Regional Economic Development and Tourism Strategy to City Council through the December 21st, 2022 Economic Standing Policy Committee. So that's N39 MRSR 125 2023, 115 in 2024, 100,000 in 2025, and 0 in 2026. MRSR, and actually you can see it up on the screen. Is that okay? Okay, there's a lot of them to read. If we can scroll through them on the screen.
Thank you, American. I think it's self-explanatory. Oh, there is a taxation component in there. I thought they were all one-time funded.
And 43, which is...
Sorry, I'm just calling it up right now as well.
Yeah, that is wage and benefit inflation.
Okay, and it's new there because in my sheet, it was always MRSR one-time allocations, but now in this sheet, it's different?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson. Amendment? It was, I believe, might have been an amendment at one point in time here. I'm not sure when, but N43 does contain, as shown on the screen here, a taxation component. So...
Okay, thank you. I would like to then remove N33 if that's dealing with no, because I believe it's very similar to our fee-for-service groups, et cetera, that this is about wages, then is my guess. And I did I get the update N43? Yes, I did. And now it does say taxes. Excellent, thank you. This is about staff retention, so I'm sorry, I was going from an old copy, which was all MRSR, but if I believe this is exactly the same as the previous ones these are people's wages for recruitment, retention, and to keep pace, I think that one I'd be willing to vote on separately.
And 43 would be...
Just removed from this list.
That, okay. So, all right. With that, open up to questions, Councillor Carlson.
Just very similar, I think, because as we heard, the stakeholders in the Economic Development and Tourism report that's coming back were both economic development and tourism. Many of these initiatives, I think, let's wait until we see the report, make sure that they do align, and can ask the questions at that time, and we may be able to change.
Still approved or not approved on that date, correct? Because I do have a question on a few of these, and so I says there we have the funding conditionally approved until the report comes back. Council still has the opportunity, I'm looking around the table here, to still approve or not approve each one on Mr. Matthews, I'm looking to you here is say, for example, if N41, I'm like, well, gosh, this one, there was no comment on this one here, and I do have a few questions on it. At that time, could that be removed? Are we actually approving this now? They're all being just approved. I look at either Madam City Clerk or my colleagues. If this is, it's pretty much approved then, with the results of conditionally upon getting that report back. But it's pending, so we will still go through each one and say yay or nay.
That I think was the intention with the previous
and
resolution.
That's
I
what I
think
got
it's
from
the
the
intention with this resolution.
Thank you. We still have the questions after, even though the report may come back and be in favor or not in favor of these. Okay, thank you.
After December, right?
After December. That's correct. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the help with that confusion. All right. With that, Mr. City Treasurer, you had a question?
Mr. Mayor, just to members of Economic SBC, just as a piece of information, because it's the ones Economic SBC has chosen to be MRSR one-time funding. That funding there, and I'll let the city clerk qualify this as well. When it comes back, you can make the decision at that time. The MRSR funding is there. What you've done is we've conditionally applied it to these, so we're holding that in this for a decision in the future. And so I think then, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hilford, but I would think then at that point in time, council can make a decision on each one of these based on the report.
That's the intent, that's correct, yes.
And furthermore, I can add that if this is one time and it's conditional, when it comes to taxation, we could still, as a council, approve this budget because these other items are not MRSR. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Mayor, in the regard to this, because they're funded through one-time MRSR funding, it doesn't affect the property tax amount, and so that won't affect the numbers which your council will approve on November 29th.
Yes, that's right. So we can approve a budget and still have these come forward. Thank you. Appreciate that. No further questions for debate, Councillor Carlson? All right. I see no one in there, so you can close. I will close and call for the vote. All right. Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed?
For consistency's sake.
Just for consistency's sake. All right. Okay, so that is 8-1. Councillor Carlson, or Councillor Croson?
Parker is online, and I didn't catch his vote.
I'm in favor. I was in favor.
Favor? And Councillor Croson, I'm sorry, I didn't see, you were in favor?
In favor, confused by Councillor Carlson.
Yeah, as we all are, Councillor Croson. Consistency. All right, thank you for that. We will now move along back to,
Just one second here, so we have to do.
No, N58.
oh, N43, we did bring it forward, so we do have N43, I'm sorry, so let's. If we brought it forward, we will have to postpone it. Can you postpone it, because he's going to be here for tomorrow morning? So postponing, right? Or well, we're going to bring it forward if someone doesn't have a motion to postpone. So.
I'll make the motion to postpone until 9:30 tomorrow morning as we had originally planned because we have Environment Lethbridge also coming tomorrow morning.
Right.
If there's a question on that, if I can.
You can, you bet.
Maybe I'll just ask if my call, because rather than bringing in Mr. Lewington, are there going to be questions on this initiative? This is very similar to many initiatives we've discussed in the past about recruitment, retention, and wages for folks. I was wondering if this one, if I would hate to call people in and show up and say, actually, we don't have any questions on this one. It was on the other ones. You can go now. So I had no questions around this initiative. And so I'd be willing to not postpone it and just move it forward today, but that's me.
All right, with that, we would have to go to a vote then. It does not sound unanimous, so I will take that to a vote. Acting Mayor?
Yeah, I will call the vote.
Question's called. All in favor? Vote postponing, yes.
In favor of postponing.
Yeah, in favor of postponing till tomorrow. And 43. All in favor then? Sorry, I'll get this again. Opposed? Let's do a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
Postpone in favor. Yes, in favor.
Yes, this is to postpone N43 to 9:30,
All in.
rather than do it now.
Yep, sorry. Thank you for the clarification. No, I'm in favor of postponing it. So it's a double negative. Hey, till Friday.
Okay, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Deputy Mayor Parker. Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
6-2, it's carried.
And Councillor Parker, you are.
I got locked out there just by connection. I'm in favor of postponement as well.
In favor. Thank you. Now we're on to N58, a motion sponsored by Councillor Dodick, Tourism Lethbridge Event Grant Management. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N58 Tourism Lethbridge Event Grant Management to provide for the management of an event grant process with funding allocated as follows: from taxation 2023 $50,000, 2024 $50,000, 2025 $50,000, and 2026 $50,000. Councillor Dodick.
Excuse me, I believe there are going to be some questions on this, so I'd open it up for that.
Questions? Mayor.
Thank you. I did have just one question with regards to this.
Go ahead with your question.
And this is just in regards to what grants we're talking about being administered. So would these be our large grants and small grants that we approved yesterday? Or this outlines that we're looking at external events and local event planners in successfully executing events. So I guess my question comes around which those would be.
Thank you for the question. And I listened in yesterday about the event grant discussion. When we originally had put this forward, we were looking at the major event grant and the community grant. So thrilled that there's been some new additions to that. So we would be open to discussing this with the city, and we're open to administering those grants that would benefit events coming into the community.
So eventually, this is a request to administer City of Lethbridge grants for $50,000.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
A question I have, and I know that, thank you, Ms. Crane, you were listening yesterday. I'm not sure why, Ms. Crane, but okay. Well, we'll let you off on that one, right?
Interesting topic, Mayor.
Interesting topic. But we did have the discussion about who would administer, and we are having, obviously, admin come back with that. So I'm just wondering, and as I look to admin, is this, if we're looking through this, with this being approved, is this cart before the horse? We're actually looking at what to do with grant management. Could someone help me understand that? Mr. Elliott?
Sure, thank you for the question, Mayor Higgin. As Mr. Malcolm mentioned yesterday, conversations have been underway with our fee-for-service groups, and of course Tourism Lethbridge being the primary, in ways that we could actually look at using their expertise to administer grant management. So the initiative that was put forward by Tourism Lethbridge, as mentioned, covers off the major event grant and the smaller one as well. Details would have to still be figured out. We don't know collectively, we don't know exactly what that would look like, but knowing that there is a requirement to have staff that administers these grants, as you saw in the proposal in Initiative N12, this was expected to be sufficient to cover that off so that we could get started.
And to follow up on that, being stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, any grants that come forward or recommendations come from this group here would come back to council for final approval, I would take it?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Yes, that would be one option, but again, as was discussed yesterday, the options range from full grant administration to partial, where council retains ultimate authority of spending the dollars.
Okay, and with that, we don't know what that result is yet because that engagement is still going forward right now. So with this dollars here, that's a question in my head. And that was to be coming back when? I'm just trying to recall what that yesterday, what that date of, do we remember, Madam City Clerk, when the grant, and does any of my colleagues grab?
Mayor Higgin, I believe there was a directional resolution for us to explore using our fee-for-service partners to contract that administration work.
Report back, or was that approved to have that done that way?
Yes, and well, just to have them.
Yeah, come back to council. But is there a date that that's coming back?
I said if we increase the granting that we get, which we did, I said Mr. Malcolm will come back in 2023 to get it off the table.
Okay. All right. Somewhat confusing, but I will hop out as I see there's no one else in the queue. All right. With that, we will move on to Councillor Dodick to open debate on this. I see no further questions.
Well, we've had, okay, there's a sidebar going on, or?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out this one before, because to me, I've got a cart before the horse, I think, with this, as we're still working on some information. So that's fine. I don't.
Why don't we do N60 first and come back to N58 if you're considering something in terms of postponing this or something?
Well, it would have to be postponed until the beginning of next year, as I heard from Councillor Carlson, that's when that information is going to be coming back. So I'm okay. We're good. We can move forward.
Prepared to vote on it?
Yes, I am. I'm prepared to vote. It's without having the information. I know how I'll vote, but that's. I'm hearing there was no date set up. So okay. Councillor Dodick.
Honestly, I don't feel that, with a comment like that, what's the point of proceeding with it? I know exactly what's going to happen. So if, these folks came in with the initiatives, they provided the answers, they provided the information, and now it's just basically, well, we're going to vote it and we're going to vote against it. So why do it?
I don't know if everybody has said voting against it, but if we're having the information come back at the beginning of next year,
well, then propose
a
postponement resolution or something so that it's not killed.
And postpone till the call of the chair, so there'd be tomorrow sometime?
Maybe I can, I know it's in debate, but Ms. Crane, if I understand this initiative, you can see the difficulty we're having. You would like to administer the grants that the City of Lethbridge will be handing out, and presumably at a cost less than it could possibly be done in-house. But unfortunately, we're getting the information that this is still somewhere in administration as to not knowing who they may decide might be the recommended grant administrator. So my question to you is, what impact, if any, would postponing N58 have on your organization in general?
Thank you for the question. The initiative that we put forward was to leverage our expertise in doing grants in order to make this easier for everyone, you know, city administration as well as the user groups. So we are open to, you know, working with the city to find a solution, and we can certainly commit to doing that before the date that you set forward. The piece that we did put forward, that this would be contracted work, right? We are not looking to add in more wages. As we explained to you when we came and presented back in September, late September, we are looking to shift away from some of those wages to more contracted. And there are, as you know, Councillor Croson and many of you talked about yesterday during that debate, you know, there are numerous community groups who could do this. Right? We are one of many, and you know, maybe it falls within us. Maybe we leverage some of that other existing expertise that exists within the community, and we help, you know, other organizations retain more staff, and you know, that high quality staff. Right? We keep hearing about those needs, and so we're open to all of those conversations. You know, postponement is always difficult because, you know, that takes away the momentum of it. But if that does give us a little bit more time to work with our partners at the city to put a collaborative plan together to come back and, you know, present to you, we're more than willing to do so.
So that leads to my follow-up question. You talked about contract work. So right now, the initiative, as it reads, it's from taxation and 58. So if it turns out that the city determines that Tourism Lethbridge would be a good administrator of some or all of the grants, and you were contemplating doing it on a contract basis, and the city was a willing contractee, so to speak, would it not be fair to say that having heard that the grant mechanism hasn't been completely worked out, would it, in your view, make sense to actually withdraw this initiative, wait for the decision from the city, and then if in fact the city determines that Tourism Lethbridge should be the grant administrator or on a contracted basis, would that, I'm sure it wouldn't make you happy, but would that make sense to you and something that you would be able to work with?
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I withdraw N58.
If it is on the table, do we have to? It could be withdrawn, Madam City Clerk. I just want to make sure. I appreciate that, and I thank you for that debate. But we can have it pulled.
Yes, if the mover withdraws, it's
okay.
fine.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. It is struck. All right. I have a resolution sponsored by Councillor Dodick, Tourism Lethbridge Wages and Benefits Inflation, N60. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiatives N60, Tourism Lethbridge Wages and Benefits Inflation, to provide the funds to adjust wages and salaries with funding allocated as follows. Taxation 2023, 20,000, 2024, 32,000, 2025, 40,000, and 2026, 48,000. Councillor Dodick.
As we have done with many of the fee-for-service organizations, we have consistently provided them funds to be able to deal with wages and salary so that they can retain the workers they have and attract additional workers. This is not a huge request. And in terms of the cost, we're talking about a potential tax increase of 0.0071% or 1 cent per month. So I would ask for council support to ensure that Tourism Lethbridge are able to at least give a little bit more money to the employees that they have to get them a little bit higher than they are now, which is significantly less than the median public sector employee. I would ask for council support.
I do have a question for Ms. Crane, if I could. This is strictly to deal with the cost of inflation, and that is the only amount that is the increase, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at this current time here, is all of the staff at Tourism Lethbridge at least receiving a living wage?
No.
Classified as 20, I think it's $20 in some sense. There's some that are not.
Full-time staff are receiving a living wage. We do hire frontline travel counselors, and those are not yet up to a living wage, but that is something that we have budgeted for 2023.
That is budgeted for 2023. All right, thank you. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, don't you dare.
So sorry.
So I notice in our sheets, the proposed implementation strategy is 5% in 2023, 3% in 2024, 2% in 2025, 2% in 2026. Is the 5% in 2023 helping us move from pre-pandemic to the current time? Okay, thank you.
That I see no further questions.
I would want to point out that a living wage is actually significantly less than the median public sector salaries. So I appreciate the comment, but I certainly would ask for council support on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Parker, you're in favor?
I was in favor.
Thank you. All right, it's unanimous. Next, N61, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative N61, Westminster Neighborhood Association fee for service to provide for the continued management and operation of the Westminster Community Centre and the Westminster Outdoor Public Pool, with funded allocated as follows: from taxation $20,042 in 2023, $22,950 in 2024, $25,989 in 2025, and $29,163 in 2026. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. This particular motion is to maintain the current level of service this initiative proposes. So increases to the service agreement between the City of Lethbridge and the Westminster Neighborhood Association. The agreement proposed fee increase allows the Westminster Neighborhood Association to continue the management and operations of the Westminster Community Centre and the Westminster Outdoor Public Pool. I will remind members of council that the Westminster Neighborhood Association is separate from, and Councillor Croson, refresh me or help me refresh my memory on the other group that administers the Westminster Village Association.
Village Committee.
Westminster Village Committee. Westminster Neighborhood Association specifically manages their community center and manages their outdoor public pool. Without this funding, they will not be able to do that.
I see no questions, so open for debate. Is that your opening for debate?
Sure, and my closing.
Right. I do want to speak to this, my support for this motion, as I've, for such a minimal amount in the work that is done by the Westminster Neighborhood Association, I can't thank them enough for that work, and it's a minimal amount to be able to do the services that are rendered there. So again, a service that's outside of the community or outside of city operated facility and being done at a very reasonable rate. So with that, I will support it. Back to Acting Mayor.
And with that, I will call the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And I think Councillor Parker, I didn't see his thumb.
Parker's in favor.
Parker's
If you
in
don't hear
favor.
from me, I'm
All
opposed.
right. I'll just
So
ask
yeah,
if you're
silence means-
not in favor. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Thank you. Silence is.
Silence is not
All right.
existent here.
Next, we have from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, YWCA Neighborhood Play Program Operating Grant N62. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N62 YWCA Neighborhood Play Program Operating Grant to provide funding for programming to children aged 6 to 12 under the YWCA Neighborhood Play Program, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation from 2023 to 2026, $5,000 each year. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. As we heard from the presentation from the YWCA, this particular initiative helps them remain competitive in the job market, ensuring that they would see returning staff year after year. The YWC Neighborhood Play Program provides programming to children aged 6 to 12 in various neighborhoods throughout the city of Lethbridge. It's an invaluable program. They're only looking for $5,000 in ongoing funding. And if anybody has any questions.
I do see one question. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. This one really has my full support, but I just want to remind council that this request gets, I believe, their staff up to $16 an hour. And I please, the fiscal hawks in the world, don't shoot me on this, but gosh, I wish they would have been a little more forward thinking, because I think they're going to be back and saying, we can't find any staff for $16 an hour. So I wish we could do more, but this was their request, and it makes me sad.
With that, I see no further questions. Open debate.
That could be my debate and my closing.
All right, and I will add my support as well as I'm looking up here. And thank you, Councillor Croson. You're always continually changing those. And it looks like my Ford Pinto that I was in my very first vehicle that I owned that's sitting in front of that. So don't back into it. Thank you very much. The question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Councillor Croson, is that an AMC Javelin in the background?
I don't know that much about cars. I know it's the old YWCA building. I'll do the buildings, you do the cars.
All right.
All right, Councillor Parker, I know you were in favor, I believe.
Yes, I was in favor.
Thank you. Next, we'll just finish up with this, as I know that members in the gallery moved by, do not have a mover on this, but I'll open it up for questions. Volunteer Lethbridge Operating Grant N63. Be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative N63, Volunteer Lethbridge Operating Grant, to provide funding to manage a program to create, sustain, and rebuild volunteer programs for Lethbridge nonprofit organizations, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation 2023, $369,700, 2024, $367,200, 2025, $385,600, and from 2026, $404,900. And open for questions. Councillor Carlson.
I'll put this on the floor for debate and questions.
Right, Councillor Carlson on the floor. Open for questions. See no questions. Open debate.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. When I first heard about this program, this initiative, it really intrigued me. I thought it was something novel and new that a community organization was willing to try. We had a presentation, and I was still intrigued. I thought it was a very fascinating idea. I was never a fan of the price tag that's attached to this. I was not expecting it to be that expensive. However, since the presentation, I did have a chance to talk to members of our community. And at this time, a lot of them, community organizations, came to me and said, we do this on our own right now. We have our own select special group of volunteers that are well trained in our area. And so they may not take advantage of this program. So while I think it's actually a really novel, unique program, I won't be supporting it at this time, but I'd encourage Volunteer Lethbridge to continue to work with the community organizations in our community to see if there is an appetite for this, because at this time I haven't seen much appetite for it. I do like it, and I hope we see it back here shortly, but I don't think I can support it at this level of funding at the moment.
Thank you. I see no debaters so I take that as your opening and closing.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hagan. I wanted to get on the floor in case my colleagues wanted to express any interest or give reasons why they didn't support it, but I'll just call for the vote then.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Parker?
Opposed.
Oh.
Thank you. All right. With that, we have two more. Okay, I'm good to go. I just wanted, I had some rumblings here, but. All right. All right. I'm looking, I do not have a mover, but I'll move on to N64 YMCA agreement funding. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiatives N64 YMCA agreement funding to provide for an operating subsidy of the YMCA in Phase 2 of the ATB Centre, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation, 2023, 86,100, 2024, 101,100, 2025, 104,100, and 2026, 106,100. Open for questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'll put this on the floor because I have some questions on this.
All right, and you've got it on the floor and only one in for questions, so go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to the city manager or designate. This is our YMCA agreement funding for the ATB Centre, correct? And
Mr. Harper's on his way up.
Okay, thank you. And what is the implications if this when this change in agreement is not approved?
There is funding, through the chair to Councillor Carlson, there is funding existing in the base right now, ongoing. This is, the ask that's on the board right now is an increase, and it is tied somewhat to wages and programming. Jennifer could respond better to how it's broken out. If this amount was not approved, my understanding is that they would look at their operations and there might be slight decreases in service level.
That could be the impact, is service level, hours of operation, et cetera, could disappear.
That's correct.
And thank you. And so can I ask, because if anyone through the mayor to city's administration or anyone here who can actually answer the question, what portion of this is for staffing and what is needed? Is this going to be an ongoing pressure that if it's not funded, we are going to see great reductions? I'm not sure who can answer that.
I would look to finance if I think they were gathering some information on percentage of what it was for wages, or Jennifer.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Petrachik-Kolb, and I'm the CEO for the YMCA, so I can provide you some clarity. Could you repeat the question, please?
If I can recall it. Just what are the pressures that has caused this to come forward as an amendment to our agreement?
Yeah.
And, sorry, so what are the pressures that are causing this? And what are the impacts on service levels if this isn't approved?
The pressures are indeed primarily inflationary, so increases to things like wages and insurance and general operating costs, program supplies, cleaning supplies, everything that we need to operate daily. And so implications, if not approved, would mean we would have to go back to those budget and look again at things like staffing hours, potentially hours of operation. Primarily would be the first two we would start with.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. If I recall, earlier this year, there was a substantial request. It may have been in one of our earlier budget meetings, but there was initially a fairly substantial request from the YMCA, sorry, and that was taken off the table because they had been able to meet those obligations. Is that correct? Do I remember that correctly?
Yes, you do. Yes. Yeah, that was back
Was the
in
amount somewhere around $549,000?
March. 551, I think, but close. Yeah,
Okay.
about that.
So you've been able to accelerate your programming to meet those obligations, and now as a result of everything that has kind of accumulated, you now find yourself in a position where to maintain the service level that you have, which is everything from childcare to soap and cleaning supplies, you require I won't say a nominal amount, but you require an amount of money that is now separate from that ongoing cost, which you've actually been able to absorb into the organization.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So I'll just remind the group that based on our current operating agreement, the city provides an operating subsidy annually that is returned to the city if there's retained income at the end of the year.
Right.
So it would be our intent to not actually require or bank the additional subsidy that's requested, but it would give us that bit of wiggle room in the event that it is, with the intention of returning operating subsidy if not required.
Thank you very much for that clarification. One subsequent question to that is in regards to the language around Phase 2. Is this a phase that is currently being funded, and the activities within it, or is it a new funding?
Oh, no, this is the current YMCA, which is Phase 2 of ATV Center, the curling cold side rinks being Phase 1.
Being Phase 1. Good.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
So just as a reminder to the group, we did return operating subsidy every year that we have been in operation. In 2019, we returned $682,000. In 2020, we returned $275,000. In 2021, we returned $285,000. And we're expecting to be at about break even for 2022 at this point.
And what, if you can remind me, Mr. Matthews, or maybe you can, Jen, remind me what the amount is that comes as subsidization from the city? So you return about $200,000. What comes from taxation?
So in 2019, and sorry, I don't know if it was from taxation or where the funding was from.
Unfortunately, it pretty much is.
I've actually asked our city treasurer to get those numbers for us as well. So what we do provide.
Yeah. Oh, same question, but only different. Yes. I like it. Good, thank you.
Mayor and Councillor Carlson, I think we're conferring on it right now in the background.
I myself am looking at rough numbers as I see 200 coming back.
How much in total?
But, yeah.
Your worship, so right now we're committed to $285,900,000 is what the amount is. I believe inside of the current agreement. That's if I got that right. Yeah.
So the amount again,
$285,900. So that's the amount that's in there currently in the agreement. It has varied over the years, and I think that's the differential that you're looking at. So earlier on, it was higher, if I remember right, and substantially higher. Yeah, that's going to get the nods. And of course, what happened then? There was money that came back in 2019 and 2020, if I remember right.
So we received $2,179,700 in 2019, returned $682,000. 2020, it declined to $1,394,000. We returned $275,000. 2021, the subsidy received was $843,000. We returned $285,000. And in 2022, we received $285,900 and are expecting to break even, like not much to return if there's, we have a couple more months to sort of flush.
Thank you for that. And so I'm seeing some of the years give $1.3 million, get a couple $100,000 back. So still, I mean, taxation, which we realize that happens with pools and facilities like that within our community. I'm just wondering here, after the return, is this take it down so that you don't even have reserves? Or do you have a reserve fund?
Don't keep any reserve funding from the operating.
Reserves?
From this operating grant. The agreement is
No, not
written-
from the operating grant. I'm talking the Y in general. Do you have reserves?
So what we do have is a reserve for 200,000 every year for a community initiatives fund and 150,000 annually for life cycle funding to go back into program equipment, fitness equipment, anything we need to operate at that facility.
That is expended yearly down to a zero as it just keeps?
No. So right now, the reserve is growing until it is determined by the board to approve the use of the reserve for the purchase of which that money is intended.
Okay, and so I look at this here, and I'm looking with it coming from taxation and realizing that there's some years over $1 million that goes in from taxation, and you do have some of these reserves for different things that are being used. Do you not believe that you could take this 86,000 up to the 106,000 out of unallocated funds that you would have at your establishment at the Y?
So the one reserve is for life cycle funding specific to replenishing actual physical assets in that building. And so that one would be for things like replacing fitness equipment and equipment that the general public is using.
Okay.
And it's not generally spent from our actual operating budget.
Right.
So the second one is the Community Initiatives Reserve. And that was negotiated in our original operating agreement so that the Y had a reserve fund to do other programming in the community or to carry through with other programming that would remain unfunded by, for example, government in later years for community development programs.
Okay. So that's great, but I'm seeing a few years here that you wouldn't have been able to do that,
right,
which would cover a lot of the cost of this instead of pulling it from taxation yet again. So that's just a question I had. Thank you very much for that. One last question I have, sorry, and I'll pop over to Councillor Carlson. I know you got a question to our admin. Our life cycling, obviously we do that as well with the building, correct? Life cycling. I understand that it's done through YMCA for if it's a treadmill or a bike or whatever, but we have also an account for that, correct? Just to make sure.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson? Oh, you were out.
I forgot my question while you were talking.
I'm sorry, Councillor Carlson. It is 4:44. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. Just one last piece of clarification, either from Mr. Matthews or the presenter. Other than topping up reserves, you have no ability to retain surpluses. Is that correct?
That is correct based on the current agreement.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering if you remembered your question. You did not. All right. I'll head back to Councillor Carlson as he has this on the floor to open debate.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm glad I did bring this forward now because I got to ask the questions that I probably should have asked when this first was presented to me because I wasn't quite clear on it, but now I think I do understand that the YMCA is asking for the funding agreement to be amended because there's been some, I think it's called a pandemic, and there's been some issues ongoing, and they're seeing perhaps that they need some, I think as was explained, was wiggle room to maintain the current service levels for our community. And further to that, that if there is, at the end of each year, surpluses in this operating grant, they do flow back to the city. So it's basically giving a buffer to ensure that the current level of service does continue and hopefully not just continues, but is incredibly well loved by our community, and there's another surplus at the end of the year. So I am fully in support of this. There's been surpluses returned every year, and I expect to see them in the future, but I also understand that without this, service levels may go down, and we may see a decreased use at the Y and a decrease in surpluses to our community. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton-Ho.
There we go. Big fingers. Thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I can certainly suggest that when I heard earlier in the year that there was this $551,000, $549,000 deficit, I was not impressed. But I am impressed that you have made the efforts to overcome that. I am certainly buoyed by the fact that if there are surpluses, those surpluses return to the MRSR. It's a line of credit, and if it's not used, then it's returned. And I am satisfied that you are working within the parameters that are expected of you to provide for an enhanced level of service within a very fiscally responsible framework. So thank you. I will support this.
With that, to close debate.
I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? I think we'll do a roll call.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
Favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
Favor.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
In favor.
4 to 5, that's lost.
Thank you. With that, I think is it one last one? Did you want to?
Oh, do the Little League. Let's get them done.
Thank you. I was looking over there. Oh, it's the Little League. All right. I do have the last one for the day, if we could. Is moved by Councillor Dodick, Little League District 1 Fee for Service N65. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiatives N65, Little League District 1 Fee for Service to provide for funding for operating cost increases, with funding allocated as follows: from taxation 2023, $1,820, in 2024, $1,820, 2025, $1,820, and in 2026, $1,820. Oh, there's no zeros behind this, right? That's 1,000. Okay. With that, Councillor Dodick.
Little kids playing baseball, tax impact 0.0003%. Enough said. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, and thank you very much for your participation today, and thank you, Councillor Croson, online there, Councillor Park. Thank you very much. And
Thank
we're
you
back
as well.
in tomorrow morning at here at 9:30.
See you in the morning.
All right, 9 o'clock for Councillor Carlson.
I literally think it's going to be a
Expecting this to be a short meeting in the morning? Yes. Like 9:30 to 10?
No, till noon.
And then we're done?